Hi. Welcome to session 12 of Sparrow. Okay, hello.
Hello.
You find yourselves somewhere that no one should be. You are in the temple of a lost and distant deity. It is April 12th, DR 1376. It is 11 a.m., and Grinkrommel, you are face to face with another dwarf. Everyone roll initiative.
I'm going last.
16.
Sick.
Oh, 16, huh? Wait. You're 13, not 16.
13, apologies.
Okay, I was about to say we got to roll this.
Says, I'm sorry, Tierney with a 13, Grint with a 16,
I got an 18.
Learn with the sick.
and Alan with a very low number, it sounds like.
Yeah. First nat one of the day. +1, which is a 2. So let's just start it off good.
I'm sorry, Lorne was a 13?
6.
A 6.
Also a sluggish boy.
It's a bit cold in here. At the top of the initiative order, we find Eden Cather, who's currently, let's find you. You are in the western room here. You are just past Lorne. You are in these living quarters, and you have started to explore them. Eden, it's your turn.
Can you remind me what he's standing on? I believe it was a stove or an oven or something.
Precisely.
Okay.
Eden is standing around. This appears to be a long ruined kitchen. At one point, this was used to prepare food, but even in the dark, you can tell that anything productive here has been in disarray for quite some time.
Okay. I believe he will step 1 south, just getting out of the stove.
You do so. 1 second.
And then he'll make his way back over to Lorne, and he'll say, "It looks like a kitchen in there. I don't know that we'll find anything useful in there."
Learn will nod to that.
And then Eden will venture a little bit north.
You do so. This part of the temple has flagstone floors. You feel a high wall to your left. From the air currents, you can detect that the ceilings are high above you.
You will continue exploring.
You do so, continuing to find more wall. As you venture farther north, you bump into something. A low chair with ancient upholstery. You can just feel the corner of it there. Do you see it on the map?
Just barely.
That is as Eden perceives it. You can just tell as you bump your hip into this low chair.
He, I guess, would try to find out if it's attached to a table or something, so... Can he move north, or would that immediately bump him into something?
You can exhaust the rest of your movement, sort of orienting yourself and feeling the table and chairs and just trying to tell exactly what it is around you.
Yes, that sounds good. He gave the last gnomish opacity increaser to Tierney, I believe, so he will do this manually.
You can feel around a bit. You detect an old table. There is broken ceramic on the tabletop. The chairs seem to be... It seems as if they haven't been used in many years.
Okay. I think he'll end his turn there.
You do so. Green Cromwell,
Oh, yes.
you act slightly sooner than the dwarf whose eyes you are locked with. You get a chance to eye him up for a brief moment as you act first. He's a stout dwarf. He's got a barrel chest. He has a metal helmet with a dent in it, and he's wearing heavy armor. On his shoulder, he has a medium-sized sack and has iridescent purple thread. The sack is affixed to his shoulder. He has a scabbarded longsword on his left hip. He looks exhausted, and as he exhales bad breath directly into your mouth, directly into your face. He smells like dehydration. As both you and him inhale and prepare, you move slightly faster. You act first.
Grint just says, "Hey."
Hey,
What are you doing here?
coming up from down below. I've seen friendlier faces, but I see you've got a face. That's a start.
What's that supposed to mean?
There's things here without faces, my friend.
Ooh. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have seen, and Grint, like, thinks for a second. Big Feather?
A big feather.
Hey.
One moment. Johann deduces something. You're talking about a quill.
Yes.
There is a brief glimmer of recognition on his face. He exhales. You looking for it too?
That's why we're here.
Who's we?
Me and my party, and Grint looks behind him. He's like, oh, fucking course. Me and my party.
Does your party have water?
Hey. Grint will
My...
just offer up his water skin, which is full.
Johann takes it from you. He swigs greedily from it. He glugs and glugs. Do you stop him? Do you let him drink as much as he
You can
wants?
have the whole fucking thing, yeah.
He drinks it very thirstily. He extends an arm and claps you on the shoulder, showing appreciation. Anything else for your turn? You watch him drink this. Do you want to size anything up about him or his surroundings? You do hear breathing in the darkness.
So there's more of them? So Grint will say, how many with you?
Either 2 or 3. Depends how you count.
Did you lose somebody?
Aye.
Oh, that'll end Grint's turn.
Johann goes next. He takes a big swig of the water skin. He hands it back to you. There's half of it left. He wipes his mouth clean, looks you dead in the eye, says, "Who sent you for the quill?"
Baron Pryor.
Aye. Me too.
I knew it.
How long have you been on the road? When did you set out?
About a week ago.
He nods and motions toward the shadows. Someone steps towards you. You can see a bit more. There is a human female wearing leather armor. On her right shoulder, there's emblazoned a large stag. Grint, you know this intimately. That's the symbol of Sylvanas. She has an uneasy smile, as if she's making the most of this situation. Each of her ears has a blood trail emerging from the cavity of her ear, and you realize she probably can't hear you. She wordlessly extends a hand toward your water skin.
Grint will hand it to her.
She takes it and drinks the remainder. Tierney Fang, you can hear much of this conversation. You find yourself between two things. You are fixated on the light in front of you. It seems significant somehow, but behind you, you hear Grinkrommel talking to another dwarf. It becomes your turn.
I'm gonna check the light out. He doesn't need backup.
Describe what do you mean by check the light out? How do you evaluate this?
I will move closer to the light. I do not intend to step into the light. Merely get close enough to maybe put something into it. See what happens.
You can move closer to it. Roll intelligence.
Ten.
You can see, just barely, the source of the light. There's a large lens set into the ceiling. It seems to catch the light from some fixture in the ceiling and focus it as a single beam. It appears that this lens can be manipulated. Currently, you can see it is directing a focused beam of sunlight toward the south wall. Tierney, you had mentioned wanting to place something into the light. Which thing would this be?
I have a pack of cigarettes. I'd like to see if I can light a cigarette on this light.
You produce the cigarette from your pack. You hold the tip up to the light. It lights almost instantly. The focused light immediately sets the tip of your cigarette on fire.
I'll slide the cigarette into my mouth, take a puff, and try and inspect what it's illuminating.
You look over your shoulder. It's easy to see around this light as it casts, while it's very focused, it casts just enough illumination so you can see what it's focused on. You can see right now, it is focused on a blank spot on the wall. There's nothing there.
I'll look back toward the lens. You mentioned that it could be focused or moved, is the implication?
You see a handle. The handle allows you to rotate it.
Okay. The rotation angle, is it horizontal, vertical, or omnidirectional?
You'd have to be closer to examine it.
I would like to get closer then.
Take your move, Tierney Fang. You feel something to your left, and you can see in the dim light provided by the beam the hint of some type of structure. It appears to be marble and set up from the floor.
I am going to spend the rest of my turn carefully feeling this. I don't want to get jostled into this laser.
Roll intelligence.
17.
Your hands feel the smooth surfaces. Whatever this structure is, it's made of marble, and it contains many hard right angles. The construction seems secure, ancient.
That's good for me.
Lauren,
Knowing that we've exhausted this cooking quarters, he's going to try to fan out throughout the room to cover more ground. Seeing that Eden has traveled in north, he'll probably travel more inwards again.
take your move. You find something here. An old stain on the floor.
He would definitely kneel down to inspect it. Is it blood? This would be his first inspect.
How would you evaluate if it's blood? The smell,
What?
the feel.
He would probably try to chip off a piece of it. I assume this is on flagstone here. I can't
Correct.
see.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's hard to see in here. You're right.
He would kneel down, taking one of the scalpels off of his tool belt and begin to scrape it off of the stone itself, inspecting the flakes that come up if there's any.
It certainly appears to be blood. It has the texture of blood. It flakes as you would expect blood to. The color looks right.
This blood stain, does it seem directioned or pooled?
It seems pooled. It seems to have spread out from a single point here.
He'd probably take the rest of his turn just scouting around where this is, seeing if there's more stains or if you can find any more evidence as to what caused this to happen, if it is still there.
You feel around. You find additional stains here on the floor. It appears that this was not one incident, but perhaps several that took place in the same area.
Can I get a rough estimate of how many?
Roll investigation.
It'd be a 19.
Innumerable. A very large number.
Settle down in the center of it, setting the lantern on the floor and trying to inspect as much as he can glean from this for the rest of his turn.
You set your lantern down. You can see a bit more around you. Your lantern casts light into the shadows. You see Eden at the periphery of your vision. You end your turn there. Alan Vaughn, we find you on the eastern side of this room, exiting living quarters. You are currently at the entrance to this room.
I will take my leave of the room and follow the wall north.
You find something here.
Hmm?
You find a sconce for a torch. It is currently empty. And you bump into a bookcase.
I believe I still currently have the torch. I'll put the torch that I have in the sconce and see if it helps to illuminate anything.
You can perceive, Alan, that the reach of the torch into the darkness here is limited. You can inherently tell that this is magical darkness. However, placing the torch, does give you a bit of illumination in the area around it. You can see the outline of another bookcase to your west.
I will, if I can see the books without needing the torch back, I will not grab the torch back and investigate the bookshelf to see if there's anything that stands out.
Roll investigation.
$17.
What's something that stands out to you? Would you look for, out of several options, recent correspondence, something that seems important, or something that seems large?
As far as recent correspondence goes, this place seems, well, should have been undisturbed for a while. So if we're talking recent correspondence, it would have been from like the time that Lathander went missing, potentially.
By recent, I just mean, so you can't ascertain much about the larger order of things just from the bookshelf. But what you can do is you can say this is, if you're looking for, if the thing that would catch your eye would be things that seem less disturbed, or things that things that seem more disturbed, things that seem less dusty, things that seem like recent additions versus things like a big dusty book at the back of the bookshelf.
Alan would be more looking for something that I would say seems important.
You find something that looks important. It's a large, official-looking volume that looks like it was kept as evidence.
Nice. If I'm able to, I will also move to the bookshelf to my west and do the same.
You can start the investigation. Yeah, sure. Roll investigation. You rolled a 17 on the last one. I think you did that quickly. Roll investigation.
$15.
Describe what you're looking for. Same type of thing, looking for, or would you like me to give you some options?
Maybe she may be looking for like a blueprint or something that would outline the architecture of the temple. Something that can help us navigate.
Like a map or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see any architectural drawings or anything that looks. This appears to be primarily correspondence shoved into folders. There are a few books here. There appears to be a observational log.
Yeah, that I would definitely take that.
Okay. You locate something. It remains your turn, but I think you've exhausted your movement.
I think that would be it. I would just read over. If I have the lighting to do it, I would just read over. Or Alan would just read over everything.
You read by torchlight. Eden, at the top of the initiative order. We find you standing at the edge of the illumination provided by Lauren's lantern, which is sitting on the flagstones. You are standing next to what seems to be an old, decrepit table. No one has used this in what feels like quite some time. You realize how quiet it is here.
When he looks over at what Lauren is doing and he's investigating some dark stain on the floor, Are there footprints or like is there a direction to the splatter?
Roll investigation.
17.
You observe that the pattern to the stains would suggest. Here, I'm trying to do this with, I only have one hand because my push to talk is on my mouse, but radial extensions from a center point. And you can see, even on these ancient, nearly non-porous stones, evidence of ancient hemoglobin stains. There must have been many pools of blood here to create something like that. You and Lauren are able to discern these things together.
I guess Eden will step over, like, opposite Lorne on the blood stain. And just say to him, what do you make of this?
And outside of the shadows, clearly other things terrible have happened here. I have no idea.
Hmm.
What do you make of it?
Nothing except this very odd sense that something has gone terribly wrong.
Lorne will nod in agreement, reaching to his pocket where he does not find the handkerchief he had previously to try to clean his scalpel and hand. He seems almost affronted by the situation.
I don't think Eden recognizes what he's searching for, so.
It remains your turn, Eden.
I guess from here he will continue going around the table, perhaps to see if.
You can use your move discerning the edges of the table in the darkness. Faintly, you can smell tobacco smoke.
Okay, interesting. He will end his turn there.
You do so. Grin Cromwell. You are sitting, or you are with a dwarf and a human. Blood comes from her ears. There is one other person here, you realize. Next to Johann, there is a bedroll. There is someone propped up against that bedroll. You can see in the darkness the silhouette of a humanoid figure. They don't appear to be moving or breathing.
Grint is going to look at Mr. Johann, and he is going to. He's going to ask, so, what happened with you lot then?
We came here looking for the quill, as you are. One level down below, there are shadows. If you look away for just a moment, they materialize around you and attack. What we found, wounds from these shadows, cannot be healed. Before we came back up, though, we found some things that I think are very interesting. And if you're here as well looking for the quill, I think you should have them. He walks away.
Did you not find the quill?
Oh, it's here. He walks and retrieves something from his pack. He bends over, showing you his back, leaning down to retrieve something.
So I'm looking at his backside. Does he have any wounds on him?
He does. You can see on his left hip what looks like old blood that is starting to ooze down his armor.
Grint's going to ask him about that. He's gonna say, "One of those shadows do that to you."
He turns, holding 2 small packages wrapped in twine, and says, "Aye, and they'll do it to you too." I have a question for you. I want to hand you something. You tell me what you think of it, and I'm not going to prime you one bit. I want to hear what you think without me telling you what I think. Do you understand?
Hey.
He hands you something fairly lightweight. There is a thin string of twine and 2 small, leafed-through, dog-eared texts. One is a large, flat journal, which you recognize as a dwarven mining journal. The other is a small, leather-bound notebook, as if one carried by a wealthy bookkeeper. The twine holds them closed. He hands them to you, turns around, and sits next to his small fire pit, which is currently extinguished. He doesn't want to say much else as he exhales, glad that you're not a foe. His turn ends. Tierney Fang. We find you on the eastern side of this room.
Okay. You said this has a lot of right angles. Meaning do I think this is an irregular shape, or is it more like a rectangular prism?
You can't ascertain the larger shape of this object using the limited information you have. You think of the blind man and the elephant, a tale as old as Faerun. All you can tell from... Go ahead.
How high is the light beam?
It is 8 feet off the ground. You can just reach and light your cigarette off of it.
So I can freely walk under it.
You could.
I would like to, with care, walk around this obstacle under the beam.
Take your move, Tierney.
Very slow-like. I'm going to try and cross back over. Is everything okay? Am I dead?
You remain alive.
I'm going to try and go back past the marble object.
Moving here, you feel the warmth of the light going just over your head as you cross underneath it. You see a large arch of marble up above you, reaching almost toward the ceiling. You're a bit closer to the lens now. You can see it set into the ceiling. It's a pale yellow color. You're unsure if it's intended to be. The light shines through it, and if you gaze directly at the lens, it hurts your eyes.
Can I see what the source of the lens is? It's nighttime.
No, it's 11 a.m.
It's 11 a.m. My fault.
The sun. No, it's okay. The sun is coming down through this. You can infer that the source must be the sun.
Okay. I would like to try and shimmy closer to the handle and inspect what I believe the range of motion of this thing to be is. I've heard the remark about the shadows. Another thing I'm looking for is surfaces this might reflect off of.
Roll dexterity.
Uh-oh. $12.
You reach out and gingerly touch the handle. It is corroded, and the surface is green and bubbled. As soon as you attempt to move it, the handle snaps off in your hand.
Is the handle hot?
Slightly warm.
Can I look at it? What material is it?
Tyranny Fang, you suspect it may be copper or bronze.
I will pocket this and continue my observation where I think my turn ends.
I think that's fair. You pocket the broken handle of the lens. Lorne, Danavir, we find you here in the main room.
He'd lift his lantern back up, wiping the scalpel down on the apron that he has tied to his front, and would join Eden up at this table, craning over it to see what is atop this thing.
Broadly, filth, broken plates that seem to have been sifted through. There is an unsettling collection of bones here.
What caught?
Roll intelligence at advantage.
It'd be a 21.
You are very familiar with anatomy. These are the long bones of humans and humanoids. You
Does
find
the bones seem like they're displayed on the porcelain itself, or do they seem to be just kind of strewn across the table?
there's a pile here, and you get the impression that perhaps they were being taken somewhere. Certainly not being displayed.
More evidence to Doc Deeds, then. He will look over to Eden, saying that.
Are we expecting necromancy?
That's kind of ironic.
I don't think so. I do have a question for you, though. This is a temple of Lathander, correct?
As I've been told, yes.
And the artifact you were looking for was?
The Quill of Mistra?
Do you not see that that might be a little out of place? The relic of one god in the temple of another?
Eden puzzled and says, "No, to be honest, I didn't think about that. The Baron just told us that this is where we would expect to find it."
You don't intend to speak to this Baron again, I take it?
As far as I understand my party's intentions, no.
Your party's intentions. What of your intentions?
Eden again looks sort of puzzled, like he hasn't entirely given this a lot of thought, and says, "I don't know yet. Maybe in other contexts. I'm not sure."
Many open chapters lay ahead of you then. He will take the lantern and slowly make his way back towards the center of the room, towards the carpet.
You do so.
Perhaps this quill is at the core of the issue. That's all I'm saying. Something to chew on. I believe he would end his turn at the end of the conversation.
Alan Vaughn.
After mulling over the document she found, she is going to try and reconvene with her party. How many spaces am I able to move?
It depends how you move. Just take your move and we will talk through it. It's very dark in here. To your west is a bookcase. You find open flagstones here. And more. And you can see the distant silhouette, even though he's quite close, of Lorne de Nevere. He's a scant 20 feet away, but you can barely see him despite the bright lantern he's holding.
If I'm able to, I will move to Lorne.
You can. You catch up with Lorne and Eden.
Hey guys.
"Hey, Alan, what'd you find?"
Some documents. One seems to be quite disturbing. The other I'm still working over.
What disturbed you about the document you found?
Well, it seems to be a recollection of a meeting, and
Oh, I didn't like
it
these for the
seems
stream.
that, well, looking over it, I'm trying to determine. It seems they may be talking about Lithander being murdered, but I can't be sure because nobody specifically states it. I feel that we can all go over it together later.
I see. You found many bones, blood. A kitchen.
Interesting. So nothing out of the ordinary. Just, I mean, obviously blood and gore, but we can assume, with the way that this place has been destroyed, that there have been many battles here.
You found...
Battles might...
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, battles may not be the word for it, but yes.
You found nothing in your research that might explain any sort of gestures at the shadows around them? This?
Oh, it's definitely magical darkness. Clearly someone doesn't want us here. I think the answer to that question and who's behind it probably lies ahead. So are we reconvening with the others?
That was my intent, yes.
All right. Well, do you have any idea where they went off to? I can't see much clearly.
Last I saw Tierney and Grint, they were heading north.
From my understanding, they follow the carpet.
All right. Well, then following the carpet, it is. If I have more movement, I will move north to try and reconvene with Grint and Tierney.
I think you could make your way up to the stairs.
Alrighty, I'll end my turn there.
Back at the top with Eden.
I assume Lorne lets him past.
Yeah, of course.
So he'll follow Alan towards the stairs and then sort of say, "Excuse me, let me just squeeze past you." And I believe he can get this far.
You climb up these stairs. You see Grinkrommel. You can't see much past him, but you also detect, through many factors, that there are other living beings here.
Eden looks to see if Grint's drawn his sword.
Grint is technically holding his sword because he has cast light on it, so Grint's sword is drawn.
There's your answer, Eden. Grint's sword is drawn.
I think Eden will turn back to Alan and gesture to be quiet, and then, very quietly say, "Grint's ahead, but there are others with him."
Thanks.
And he'll end his turn there.
Grinkrommel, you detect. No. Roll perception.
Eight.
You detect flakes of dust falling from the ceiling onto your shoulders. It remains your turn.
These books he's handed me, can I open them?
You can. There's two.
Mm-hmm.
You do so.
As Grint is kind of looking over these books, he's going to ask, "So, why are you still here? Sounds like you're having a rough go of it."
We're on our way out if we can, but we came as 5. There's me and her left. I guess we've left this one to die. He gestures toward the elf on the ground. We're making our way out, but I don't know what our next step is.
What happened to the other two?
He looks distantly past you for a moment. He pauses and says, "If you find him down below, just burn the bodies."
Hey,
It remains your turn, Grint.
Grint looks to the elven mage and he says, "And this one?"
First, you look at her. She's wearing the purple robe, which you recognize. She's a Cormyrean war mage. Her eyes are closed and her mouth is slightly open. Her skin looks pallid, and you see a large gash in the front of her robe and a massive dark spot surrounding it. She's propped up against the bedroll and does not appear to be breathing. Johann sees where you're looking and says, "Aye, the shadows." She couldn't be healed. You will find the same if you're not careful.
Have Have you been outside since you've been attacked?
Not yet. We barely had the strength to come here.
Sounds like you're luckier than most then.
I don't feel lucky, but you're right.
That'll end Grint's turn.
Tyranny Fang.
I would like to inspect this archway. Does it lead into something, or is it merely stones laid upon a wall in like a ceremonial configuration?
It is merely a ceremonial configuration, as far as you can tell. In the darkness, your eyes trace the path up above. You realize that potentially the angle of it could allow light through from the lens. If the lens was still operational, you realize, thinking about the handle in your pack. But you understand that potentially this archway could be used to allow light through.
I would like to make a mental note of that and continue my exploration of the room. I think it seems likely to me that the north wall is very close to me, so I'd like to travel east, under the ray, taking special care not to decapitate myself.
You do so. You take some time exploring the area around you, attempting to determine the configuration of the room.
Yes. I would like to add, if I detect that anybody is entering the room, I would like to shout a warning.
Roll perception.
16.
You have become familiar with your companions over the past week of traveling together. You sense a presence. It's Eden Cathere coming up the stairs.
Don't touch the light.
How loud do you say that on a 1 to 10 scale, where 10 is you shouting as hard as you can? Don't do it, just tell me.
6.5?
Your voice echoes through the chamber. As a result, you're able to determine a few things, Tierney. The east wall must be very close to you. The north wall, perhaps a bit farther away. Grint, you hear Tierney's voice echo through the chamber. The dwarf pauses for a moment and tenses. The human druid, blood coming out of her ears, does not react. Eden, you hear this in Tierney's voice. Tierney, it remains your turn.
Can you describe to me what I've felt or perceived?
You can feel the eastern wall of this chamber. You can feel what seems to be potentially a bench or a pew, something, wooden, ancient, rotted, destroyed. You can feel the edge of what seems to be an altar. There appear to be papers, notes, candles on the altar. That is to your southeast.
I would like to gather papers if I can.
Approach the altar, Mr. Fang. Tierney Fang, you approach the altar of Lathander. You find several papers. Roll investigation.
For what it's worth, I don't fear the wrath of a dead god. So if it's a sanctified altar, I don't mind taking something from it.
Roll it at advantage. You are steeled by the power of not caring about Lathander.
7 nonetheless.
You find 2 ratty-looking notes. Both appear to be personal correspondence. Do you take the terse one or the long one?
Both, if possible.
You spend the rest of your turn collecting what correspondence you can. Lorne, Dainavir.
Completely unaware of the party to the north at this point, he would breathe deep, trying to smell for the meaty flavor that we smelled above.
You inhale deeply. The air feels familiar somehow. You wish it didn't, but yet it does. The hair on the back of your neck stands up.
With a grimace, he would follow the carpet northwards yet again.
You encounter a narrow staircase. Currently, Eden is at the top of it. Alan is close behind him. You could not pass easily through here, even if they let you. There's a bit of a jam here. This is a narrow passageway.
Thinking better of it, you won't even ask to pass. We'll just simply wait until everyone is cleared.
Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn. Much of the same. Eden hears something up ahead. You think you might have distantly heard it too. Perhaps Tierney's voice. Eden stops, and you are forced to stop as well. It becomes your turn.
Okay. I'm going to talk to Tierney. In a not yeah, I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell to him. I can tell that his voice echoed enough, so just in a casual voice. If he hears me, I guess. Hey, Tierney, can you tell me in my head what you see over there?
Give me a same scale, 0 to 10 loudness, where a 5 is casual conversation.
Yeah, we'll see 5.
Tierney, roll perception.
Natural 1. Which is a 9.
You It was a 1 on die. You think you heard Alan say something. However, you think she said something about she's going to message you. You get the impression that she is about to message you something.
I'll leave her on read.
Damn.
Alan, it remains your turn.
I'll try to. I don't know if like right here if there's a wall. Am I able to squeeze past Eden to go like diagonal?
How rigid is Eden? Describe Eden's composure to me right now. How
He's a string bean.
Well, I mean, he, I think, is still on alert, like very much watching Grunt. But if Alan, like, especially if Alan reaches out to physically maneuver him, he'll just, without thinking, like, just follow wherever she pushes him.
Sounds like you can move past Eden relatively unimpeded. There is a wall there that you can feel this wall from your side.
I'm gonna move towards Tierney to reconvene with him.
You see a number of things as you walk into this room. A number of eyes are upon you. You see a massive beam of light above Tierney's head. It illuminates his jawline and his hair quite well. You see Grint Grommel close with a group of people you've never seen before. In front of you, you see some large marble object that looms above you. Still your turn. You are reconvening with Tierney Fang.
How high is the beam of light? Is it along the entire ground, or like how high is it?
It's about 8 feet off the ground. Ceiling height.
Oh, I'm small. That'll be fine then. I'll go over here with Tierney and check out what he's checking out.
Tierney Fang is looking at an altar set up against the wall. It appears that a priest may have used this for the preparation of various priestly duties. There are a number of candles here and 2 small scrolls that Tierney is examining. The candles are extinguished.
Find anything good on those?
Nothing yet.
Hmm.
I will hand the 2 papers to Alan, see if she can make heads or tails of them.
I will examine the scrolls.
You do so. They're in campaign chat. They are both very brief.
Interesting. Also interesting. So Tierney, reading over these, what it seems like is one of these is discussing the fact that Dawn Gleam is becoming less populated. The other is talking about the remains of dead bodies. So, putting 2 and 2 together, it sounds like someone within this temple was stealing from the populace and disposing of them for one reason or another.
All churches steal from the populace.
I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that.
Ashes just could be of candles. The Morning Lord's rites include burning candles.
Yes, but we've seen lots of bones on the tables out there.
Excuse me?
Your excuse?
Continue.
Yes, they're in the main area. There's 2 tables, and there are human remains, bones, on both tables.
On the tables? Like collected?
Correct, yes, there's piles of bones.
Huh.
Uh-huh.
Did I share these? I don't know if I did. Journals of the party
I
found.
also found an entry, some minutes from a meeting explaining it sounds like they're talking about Lithander being killed.
Being killed?
That's what it seems like. I'll hand Tierney the 2 documents that I received earlier, and basically we're just trading cards here. And then that'll end my turn.
At the top with Eden Cather.
Eden will take a step in to sort of hopefully unblock the corridor so Lauren can get past. And sort of like anxiously loom in Grint's direction, like, hello, are these your friends?
Yeah! Grint goes, you won't take me, you damn shadows!
It's just me, Grint.
Oh. Well, you won't take me either.
I do not think I possibly could.
Very insightful.
That's a good exchange.
So you're friends. You're not currently.
Grant looks at you like he has no idea what you mean. This is another group sent by the Baron.
Oh.
There is a sullen-looking dwarf looking away from you by the edges of a campfire. He appears to be gathering his strength, Eden. You see a human druid. You know she's a druid based on her armor and the fact that her right shoulder is blazoned with the deer of Sylvanas. You see blood coming from her ears, and she makes eye contact with you, Eden. You receive a message. It remains your turn.
Are they coming or going? Eden says this to Grant.
Sounds like they're on the way out. They didn't fare too well down there.
So, you said that they're gathering their strength.
Both appear to be somewhat recently wounded.
Okay. And then the campfire, is that lit?
It is not.
Okay. So I think Eden will say, as you go down these stairs, you'll see carpet. Just follow the carpet straight south, and you'll be able to find your way out of the temple. And as he says that, he uses the cantrip Create Bonfire to light their campfire.
The fire smolders to life. The dwarf sighs as if he's not sure to be appreciative or not. When you were speaking, who were you speaking to? Who was your dialogue directed at, Eden? I have you kind of talking over Grint's shoulder here, sort of behind Grint, talking toward.
So I think he started with the druid, and he's looking towards the dwarf as well, but eventually, he's sulking, so he keeps looking back towards the druid. It's almost like he didn't hear exactly what she said.
You get the impression the druid can't hear you either. The dwarf sighs and looks up to you, Eden. He says, "There's traps down there. There was something right at head level. It destroyed her ears. She can't hear you." The druid manages an uneasy smile.
I think after thinking about it for a moment, Eden will try to cast a healing spell. So he'll use Balm of the Summer Court and spend, I guess, 1 die each on each of them.
Eden, you feel a sense of futility. You attempt to mend both of their wounds. You focus on mending the gash in the dwarf's hip and the ears of the druid. You sense that your magic has little to no effect.
Eden says, "I'm sorry," and he looks almost scared.
What do you fear? Not having control, not having power, or what about that? What about that makes Eden scared?
I think it's this idea of someone suffering in a way that he can't reach them or do anything about it. It seems inherently unfair to him.
You are reminded of the druid that you could not save. Anything else on your turn, Eden?
No, I think he'll end his turn there.
Grint, it becomes your turn.
So Grant has been reading over these books, and he's kind of like gritting his teeth. He says, I'd say it's pretty obvious. The Baron's sending people here to die.
Aye. He doesn't want you to die. He wants you to get his thing, but he doesn't care if you die, that's for sure.
I don't know about that. If he wanted this thing, he'd send supplies. He'd gather information. This doesn't.
Then why?
doesn't
Then what's the point?
Sacrifices.
Sacrifices for what?
Oh, that's what I want to find out.
That's what you think? I'm not so sure. I just don't know. I know that no one should come here unless they have a good reason to. And as I leave, I'm not so sure that gold is still the reason I once thought it was.
Grant thinks for a second. Was that you that put the trap by the door?
Aye. The glass.
Okay. Hey,
A tripwire. Aye. That was us.
just making sure.
Good eye.
Only one I got.
Tyranny, it becomes your turn.
Alan,
Yeah.
this beam of light can be focused and moved around. I believe there's an archway over there, which we would prefer the light to strike. I tried to move the fixture, and I broke the mechanism to do so.
Oh, geez.
It's old and corroded. I'll produce the handle.
You do so.
What I'm looking for is ways to move this light. I'll take a puff of my cigarette. Smoke?
Oh, no, thank you. I don't, I prefer not to harm my body.
That's why you choose adventuring. I'll
Yeah.
take a puff of smoke and blow it into the light, hoping that it'll vaporize once it gets there.
It does.
And I'll gesture. It's quite hot.
I see. Yeah, well, let me see the handle, and I'll see if I can maybe repair it in a moment.
I'll hand her the handle after putting my dart out on the altar.
You hand Alan Vaughn the corroded handle. Alan, you now possess this thing. The lens is mounted on the ceiling above you, at the end of the room.
I will continue to look at this altar. I think it's important. What sort of... I'm looking for... I've heard this conversation in the other antechamber. Has this been looted yet? I would be shocked if it wasn't. I'm shocked I found papers at all. What's going on here? I'm looking for evidence of looting. Are there valuables here?
There are 4 fat candles.
Have they been lit?
Not recently, from what you can tell. They seem dusty. There are cobwebs here. The papers you found were filthy and shoved onto the altar.
Alan, how are there so many cobwebs here? How's there so much dust?
Well, nobody's touched it. I mean, it's been dark in here, so I'm assuming that people have just kind of I don't know, gotten to the point, maybe? I don't
Have
know.
you not heard the conversation in the other room where the nth party of adventurers to bumble through this dungeon?
Well, maybe this time he actually chose wisely.
You think Barrick? Sorry, Barrick. You think
No, not him.
the Baron chose wisely? I think something smells. Why is this place so decrepit if parties of adventurers have been here before?
I couldn't give you the answer. What do you think?
I mean, saying it's a trap is almost elementary at this point. But what sort of trap? Who laid it for us?
Yeah, so what do you want to do?
Keep going.
Okay.
I have heard that there's shadows in the next floor. Shadows that rend your flesh and sap the life from you.
I have some things to help with that.
I bet you the shadows wouldn't like it if we directed this beam at them.
I can absolutely agree to that.
That's what I'm looking for. Mirrors, gems, something to focus this. Something to give us some advantage.
If I can't repair the lens to be able to move it, maybe we can take it and utilize it by hand.
I'm not touching that. And you shouldn't either.
We'll see.
I will let it go from there.
Oh, I may need your assistance reaching it. So I may need you to go with me.
Okay.
Is that possible? Could he hold his movement to go with me on my turn? Is that it? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's right. If he wants to aid you and help you get up together, I think it's totally reasonable. Yeah, I like that. Lauren?
I take it I'm close enough to hear the conversation ahead of me, correct?
One assumes that you were waiting to go up the stairs, so when the opportunity presented itself, you naturally float up the stairs and were privy to this conversation.
And is there a corner wall here to my left?
There is. The campfire grows in intensity, and you can see a bit more of the room. However, you can tell the light of the campfire is not piercing the darkness as much as it should, Lauren.
I was just making sure that I could actually pass into this room. Reaching into his pack and stating directly to whoever's closest, I assume that the druid at this point, he would be holding out the glass baubles. I don't wish to take things which aren't mine.
The druid extends her hand wordlessly and gestures toward the dead elven mage as if they were hers. She takes them anyway and sets them down by the mage.
Fully taking in the scenario now, he'll nod. A pity. A friend of yours.
She blinks at you. You're not sure if she can hear you.
He'll nod to that and look towards the dwarf.
The dwarf is sitting and gathering his strength by the fire. He stands up and walks toward his pack. He sees you.
Was she a friend of yours? Or was she from another?
She was our friend.
My apologies then.
He says nothing.
I'm not much of an adventurer, at least not in the party sense of the word. What do you mean to do? Given circumstance.
We mean to leave. It's all we can do. We were bested by this place. I have a feeling you may not be.
Perhaps not. I met with her. What do you mean?
He looks sullen. We'll be lucky if we can leave with our lives. I didn't intend to bury her, if that's what you mean.
I see. Well, I shouldn't be in your way then. So he will take a slight bow, almost apologetically, and back up towards the other part of the room.
You do so. They both grab their packs and start to move away. Eden, top of the order.
Don't skip me.
Alan, bottom of the order.
Okay. I'll ask Tierney to show me. Never mind. Tierney, can you show me the safest path to the lens?
That's right. That's why. You forgive me for missing you on the turn.
That's okay.
You were holding your action. Yes, I have you two moving together. So you were going to Tierney and Alan. You were moving toward this lens.
Yeah.
I'll move up to it and gesture with one hand and say, "This isn't the end of the room, by the way."
Good to know.
Alan.
So wait, is it this thing that's on the floor here, or is it this thing up here?
It is the purple ping, the thing that Tierney is right by. The northeast there in the far corner of the room, that is where it streams in from the ceiling, and then it hits a lens right here that is just above Tierney's head. Alan, roll intelligence.
I got a natural 20. Give me 1 second.
This lens seems important to you.
I know it does. Yeah, it's 22. Yes, the lens is very important to me. I'm aware. I will. Tierney, can you give me a boost so that I can? I'm not going to touch it yet, but I want to get an idea of what we can maybe do.
I'll get down on one knee and put my hands on my knee.
You provide a step for Alan to step up on. Roll athletics, Tierney.
Oh boy. Three.
He wavers back and forth a bit, Alan. It takes him a moment, and he steadies himself, but this is not confidence-inspiring.
I believe in you, Tierney.
I'll say nothing.
Alan will pat him on the head.
Do you ascend the Tierney stair in an attempt to get a closer look?
Yeah, I give him a look first. I'm like, I believe in you, and then I'll do it.
One moment. You use Tierney's weight to stand 2 or 3 feet higher than you could otherwise. You can see how this lens is set into the ceiling. There are 2 pieces of bronze that would have to be moved away to extract the lens. In order to move the lens, you would have to replace the handle. Then the lens moves loosely in its mount, allowing you to refocus it somewhere else in the room.
I will step down and get to work on trying to replace the handle.
What method would you use?
I will actually use the, I believe I have some tweezers. 1 second. Yeah, so I have a pair of tweezers and a cloth in my archivist kit. So what I'll do is, in order to not get burned or anything like that, if I feel that I'm going to be in danger, that I'll wrap the cloth around my hand if I need to, like if I feel like that's going to be a situation. How is the handle broken off? I guess is going to be my question.
it snapped. It was a crack in the metal was very brittle. So this handle is it has kind of a right angle in there, right? So you can move it and aim it by moving this handle that's perpendicular to the path of the light, and the metal is very brittle, and when moving, it just snapped. As you look at it, it occurs to you that even if you even if you repaired the handle, the lens itself may not move inside of the mount. No roll required. You've examined many mechanisms like this.
I don't know that I have anything actually that will be able to do anything with this. Whoops. 1 second. Tierney,
Helen.
do you happen to have the ability to heat metal?
I don't, but can you hurry up there?
Oh yeah, of course. I'll step down. Where is the handle located at? Is that on the?
It's
I
in my
already said
pocket.
No, you gave me the handle. I mean,
Okay.
like, where's the place at where we would be? Where's the place that we have to fix the handle?
On the ceiling.
Oh shit. All right, I'm gonna get down.
You do so.
I'll wipe off my shirt even though there's nothing on it.
So, as of right now, I don't know that we can necessarily fix the handle in a manner in which it's going to make a difference. We need to find something that we can use to redirect the light, I think.
A gem, a mirror.
I know that there is a kitchen back towards the main entryway. There may be something in there, like a silver platter or something like that. We may be able to set up like a table or a chair or something like that and use that to redirect the light.
Sure. I don't understand anything about this place. Why did they build a Temple of Lathander into the ground? Isn't this the Lord of Light?
I have no idea. Well, yes, and I have no idea. I will actually go to do that. I know I can't do it on one turn, but I will go back towards the kitchen that they were talking about and see if I'm able to find something metal, something that would redirect the light. Redirect the light.
Okay. I think your move ends there with you and Tierney.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah, that's fine.
let's revisit it on the next turn. The initiative order ends. Johann and the druid move down past you. As he walks past you, Grint, the dwarf looks at you, puts his hand on your shoulder again, and says, thanks for the water. Any last questions? Anything I can help you with before we get the hell out of here?
Why didn't the shadows chase you up here?
The shadows are confined to the darkest area of this temple. They won't chase you up the stairs, as far as I know. It's even darker down below.
Darker than this.
That's right.
How
Safe
did
travels.
you see down there? Sorry, Eden. Eden jumps in alone.
Yeah, go for it.
We barely could. Seeing down there is a bit of feeling around the walls. If you have light stones, if you have any magical method of creating light, it'll help, but you can't see much.
And then when you said you had a feeling that we would get further, why do you say that?
Don't you have that feeling too? You're here, aren't you? You haven't left yet. You see us. You must know something we don't.
Eden sort of looks away at that.
Am I able to hear the conversation from the other side, or no?
Perhaps you can hear a conversation, but not the specifics of it. You guys are on the other side of, you're sort of around the corner from this. Johan nods, satisfied with this exchange, Grint. They both walk past you and down the front. At the top of the order, Eden.
What's north of Eden?
An excellent question. It's made of marble. It's large. It's above you. You might have to climb up it.
If Eden takes one step to the right, what feels north then?
At about waist height, there is a hard right angle, and then it goes up again. You can't tell what is reaching upward here.
Okay. I guess Eden will step back closer to Grant and say, like, Grant, are you any good at climbing?
Eh.
Oh, right. Well, I am not, so.
Why don't we go off initiative order here? So it remains your action, but it's only the party involved. So I have Alan interested in going back and sort of foraging in the kitchen, seeing if you can find something shiny that would reflect light. You
Yep.
go in a sojourn into the kitchen. You find nothing shiny, just things that are ancient, tarnished, useless.
Grant would
Good.
like to speak up, and he's going to say, "Hey, what is it, everybody?"
Tierney and I are by the light.
What light? There's no fucking light down here. That's the problem.
You can see the light.
Eden
able to
puts
see the
his
light,
hands
right?
on Grant's shoulders and helps him turn around.
Ooh.
Don't touch it.
God, couldn't if I tried.
I was
Wait,
thinking
why
the
don't
same
touch
thing.
it?
It's very hot.
Grant like raises his sword up and just kind of like tries to poke the very tip of it into the light.
As the tip of your sword touches into the light, a brief bit of smoke unfurls from the top of your sword as whatever fluids, oils, or dirt was on the tip of your sword is vaporized.
But not the sword itself.
Not the sword itself.
I would like to try and direct this light downstairs if possible. Looks like we're facing shadows. This is a
Bad
remnant
idea.
of Lathander. I found an archway over there, which looked like a great place to direct the light into, but I broke the fixture to move this light.
Oh,
Eden.
way to go.
Actually, I think
Yes,
Eden might.
Ellen.
Do you happen to have the ability to mend things?
I do not. I thought maybe Grant might.
I do.
All right, so everybody get together. Let's boost Grint up and see if he can maybe fix the handle.
Oh, elbow Alan.
Huh.
No, I think we can drag this broken bench over here for a good way to help Grint up.
Oh yeah, good idea.
Why don't you produce the handle, and we can let Grint mend that.
Of course. Why don't we move the table first, and then as he's up there, I'll hand it up.
I'll move the table. And I will whisper in Alan's ear, it's important to keep the Death Priest off our back.
I agree.
You use the remains of this table to make a bit of a step stool.
All right, Grint, up you go.
Hey.
Do you use this device here, Grint, this broken desk, as
he does.
I'll stand close by so that if you need to use my shoulder to sturdy yourself, Grint, feel free to.
Oh, I'll be sure to do that.
Well, it's old and fragile, just in case you feel like you're gonna lose your footing.
And the desk is too.
Oh!
Before they finish, or trying to get Grint up top and fixing this thing, what is the light specifically pointing at currently? What was it left pointing at?
there is a blackened spot on the wall. Roll intelligence.
That'd be a critical bot.
A critical what? A critical bonk?
Failure, yes, botch.
You are able to discern nothing of the light. You gaze at where it is directed on the wall. You have no inference as to what purpose this may serve. As far as you can tell, it could be as a sword needs a holster.
He would nod knowingly at this dark spot on the wall. Yes.
So as Grin's like climbing up on this thing, he's asking, so does anyone even know where the stairs are to go down?
You could have asked your friend.
Haven't seen them yet.
So we don't even know where we're supposed to be trying to point this damn thing.
Well, it's going to give us some vision, so I assume we can just direct it until we find them.
I saw an awning over there, and I'll point to the west. I think that's probably a good location, and everybody in the hallway should watch out. Maybe take a step back. Maybe don't get sliced in half by this beam of death. I'm talking to you, Lauren and Eden.
He'll nod. Does seem a bit high up, though.
Well, we might mess it up, so don't get caught if we do.
Things that are high up can be easily knocked off their perch, oh high elf. Please move.
Make his way over to the altar.
So Grint is going to try and mend this thing.
Okay. You cast mending on the gimbal mount for this lens.
Ah, yes, I hand up the handle.
Mm-hmm.
You repair it. This light has 2 notches, Grint. It is currently in notch A. There is also notch B.
Is there any way to infer what notch B might do?
It seems to direct the light at about a 45-degree angle from where it does right now.
Laterally?
Laterally, yes.
Grint would like to do that then. Notch B, if he can.
You move the light. As it moves, you can see more of the room. There is a massive marble altar here. It seems to be purpose-built. It strikes you, having been in more than one temple in your time, Grint, that this is almost excessive construction, and it seems odd for a temple to Lathander. As you place the lens into position B, it lights something up, the top of the altar. You can't see it from down here, but it seems to be focused in the middle of the room on something. It's far above your head. Even here, where you're manipulating the lens, you can't see it. It's above you.
Mm-hmm. How high up does Grant think it is?
Perhaps 10 to 12 feet.
Does it look like there's a way to climb up there?
You can see what seems to be marble, almost in a ziggurat shape, to your west, in the middle of the room. There may be a way to climb up.
Well, Grant would like to... He says, it's pointing to something up top. I'm going to have a peek.
I'm going to put my hand on Alan's shoulder and instruct her to crouch down further.
Aye, aye, Captain.
As I do the same.
I did find scaffolding in the room before us. Perhaps it's just the second floor.
Oh, scaffolding. Usually that's pretty, movable.
Combustible?
Yeah, that's a good one.
You determine something, Grint. The perimeter of whatever this is. There appear to be stairs on the north side leading upward into the middle of the room. This is where the light is focused.
Okay. Can I get to the stairs?
You can. You'd have to approach from the north side of this altar.
Okay, Grant will do so.
You do so. You see where the light is being fixated. There is a skeleton here. It is on the altar, and as the light focuses on it, you're reminded of the effect of the light on your sword. It seems to leave the skeleton intact, but if there was anything else here, it would be burned clean from the bones. From up here, you can see this altar. There are 3 statues to Lathander, looking ominously down on where the skeleton is in the middle of the altar.
What the hell temple is this?
I told you. Sacrifices.
For Lathander?
Doubt it.
So for whom?
Well, maybe Mistra.
Mistra? No.
Very doubtful.
Well, why would her quill be here?
A question I've asked your friend.
Why would any of this be?
Well, we got a big old fucking room. Let's look for some answers. Is that a book on the floor there?
There is, at your foot, a dusty, discarded ritual book. It appears to be moldered, useless, pure dust.
Okay.
What about the handle over there?
Well, yeah, Grant would like to investigate the rest of the area. Is there anything else on the ground that he can find?
The party, first, it sounds like universally, you spend a bit of time ascertaining the dimensions of the room, attempting to explore everything that's in here, trying to see where is anything. You're able to, as a group, determine more of where the room is. You find stairs downward. They're on the northwest corner of this room. They lead downward many, many floors into the bowels of Toril. This is a long staircase. You think you can see, halfway down the stairs, a single torch.
So how tall is this ziggurat in the center of the room?
In total, about 12 feet. So when you were up on Grint's level there, now that you, Tierney, you've had a chance to clamber up there and take a look, you can see that it is about 10 to 12 feet up. This room is large. You can't even see the ceiling. This gives you pause, Tyranny. Who would build this here, under the earth? Why?
Can I inspect the stone and confirm it's about the same age as the walls and the floor of this place? And that it wasn't constructed after the temple came to be?
You examine the construction and find that it does not match. You observe that there are several generations of construction here in the temple. It seems that there could have been 2 distinct eras here.
Alan,
Yeah.
how long has it been since this country fell?
Michael? How?
About 2 years.
About 2 years.
Grant, does this sacrificial altar look 2 years old to you?
Grant would like to investigate that.
It could. It certainly... Tyranny, do you maybe want to reword your question so I can assist in answering it?
Yes, Grant. This is obviously newer than the rest of the stuff in this place. And this is not the work of a priest of Lathander.
I
want-
assume Grant's knowledge of stonework would confirm this.
It does.
I'm wondering if you can tell how recently this was made.
You can tell, just eyeballing it, the past 5 years, perhaps. So, somewhat recent construction. These stones were hewn within the decade, Grant.
When did Lathander presumably go missing?
30 or so years ago.
Okay.
But people in Cormyr still worship Lathander, right, Alan?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
But those numbers have dwindled. Why worship a god that doesn't answer?
Because their priests tell you to. So who were they worshipping? Who were they getting favor from?
I imagine we'll find out below.
I'd like to find out before we go below, if possible.
Agreed. I have a question myself. Lauren will exit the room, also entering back into the room prior, going to the table and picking up one of the long bones and coming back to the ziggurat.
You do so.
Why does this one not burn? He'll hold the bone through the light beam.
It catches the light. It singes for a moment as dust and a bit of an errant feather that landed on the bone are vaporized. However, the bone itself catches the light and just warms in your hand.
Does that seem strange to you?
Very.
Grant sticks the tip of his sword in again as well.
The tip of your sword is clean. Does no effect. Eventually, if you hold it up there for a few minutes, it grows hot.
Doesn't melt metal either, although it is a bit warm.
Well, initially I was expecting it's possible that body there was important. Perhaps not.
That bone, you got it from another room?
Correct, yes. From the table.
Eden?
I have no idea.
I have a bit of an idea. All right, listen. Let's remove the light from this spot. They suggested we burn the elf's body anyway. So, let's see what happens.
Good idea. Let's do it.
Okay.
A bit of a question. She was a patron of whom?
We'll have to look over the body and find out.
Roll religion.
Me or Lorne?
Anyone who inspects the body.
I will assist. 18.
There are no marks of obvious religious affiliation. Simply by actuarial logic, possibly a worshiper of Selene.
While doing that, I would like to just make sure she's dead. Make sure there's no pulse or anything like that before we go and torture.
The body shows no signs of life. There is no pulse. Her limbs are rigid.
So before we do this to her, can I ask what we're trying to discern exactly? Because this seems like we would just be empowering what's already going on in the temple.
She brings
There
up
have-
a solid point.
Maybe, but we were gonna burn the body anyways.
Not
This
with
could help
that
us.
light. How could it also harm us? Doesn't it seem like there's equal chance?
There's a lot of things that could harm us.
It could harm her more specifically.
She
Well,
already
she's
did.
dead.
A body is a body at this point. On that end, I agree.
Oh, God.
I mean, it's better than letting her just sit here and rot away.
Look, we
I'd
got a
much
lot
rather
of
be
questions,
cremated if
not
I
a
were
lot of
her.
answers. This could give us some answers.
So are we putting her where the current skeleton is to burn her, or
That was Grant's idea. Yes, we're going to sweep those bones away and place her there on the altar.
okay? Is this a lever over here?
It is.
I'll go investigate that. I'm not gonna really say anything to anybody, but I want to go look at it. See what
I
it
would like
is.
to slowly back out of the room.
I'm not touching it. And you don't even know if it did that. How do
Yeah,
you know? Did you perceive it? Huh? Huh?
You observe the lever. Its function is unclear.
Tierney.
Yeah.
There's a lever. Okay, I guess if you don't want to look. Lorne, you like to mess with traps and things. Do you want to take a look at this?
Not exactly my area of expertise, but sure. He'll make his way over to the lever.
It serves no obvious function.
Is it pointing out of the ziggurat itself, or is it set into the altar?
It's set into the altar.
Do you think we should try it?
Go
I would
ahead.
ask what the worst could happen is, but perhaps I don't particularly want to find out. You're more than welcome. I'll move aside.
All right. Everybody move off of the altar, and I will test this bad boy out. I'm gonna stand on the stairs, if possible, or stand somewhere where, like, if it is going to move the lid on the ziggurat, if there's a lid, that I'm out of the way. And same thing is, if it's gonna shift the floor in any way, then I'm just gonna try and be in a position where I feel safe, I guess.
Noted.
I will attempt. I'm not going to push it all the way. I'm going to, be cautious about it and try and kind of, see what kind of moves if I move it a little.
It resists.
I guess I will not be doing it cautiously. I guess I will just be flicking the lever.
You shove the lever. With a flick of your wrist, you hear a faint grinding sound. On top of the altar, you watch as a thin brass dowel rises from the altar, pushing the remains that are on the altar. It appears that the function of this would be to push the remains off the south side of the lever, but the skeleton is too heavy.
So its purpose is literally just to clean off the table, basically.
You can assume.
You said that it's catching on the skeleton currently, yes? And either that's not its purpose, or I was correct in my assumption that this skeleton is important.
I will take my scimitar out. And I will move here and use my scimitar to try and push the skeleton out of its way.
You do so. It lands on the ground with a dull feeling.
I will go back to the lever and try and maneuver it again to see if anything different happens.
The same thing happens, but now without the weight of the skeleton, it performs its function. The dust that was on the altar falls off to the south side and lands in a receptacle that you assume was purpose-built for this.
I see.
Grint's going to search the body of the elven lady.
You find her robe, all of her other earthly belongings seem to be missing, if they were once there.
Right, I assumed they would take them, but just making sure.
Let me know if you take or examine her robe.
Grint does not. He's moving her to the table now.
Okay. Which table?
The altar, I mean.
Okay. You are... let me give you control of this body. Everyone has control. Feel free to drag it as you see fit. You place the body of the elven war mage on the altar. It is. Hey, it's 7 o'clock. Why don't we take our fiber now?
Yeah.
Sorry, I lost track of time.
No worry.
Let's reconvene in a moment. Whew, okay, catching up with the stream. Who do we got? We've got Dopey X3. Always great to have you. We have Britbonk. Always great to have you. We have Alan Vaughn, both in the stream and in the game. Oh, God. Yeah, Dopey, don't you love this? Just burning bodies, ripping levers. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? I'll see as I love the Am I Dead? There was some. I want to go back and watch the VOD because there was a back and forth I really like there. Okay, I'm going to go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Jewel, what's your cat's name?
Kiki, after Kiki's delivery service.
I
Hell
was gonna
yeah,
guess
right.
that.
Yeah. Thank you for the meme. It's very cute. I've
You
had
were-
it saved.
So fast on that.
The most important thing with making a joke like this is it has to come out of the pipe really fast.
Like, I'm a very accustomed to Photoshop man, and that crop job, very fast. I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's fine though. We'll just dump bodies in the celestial bodies in a wood chip.
Yeah,
It'll be
the
fine.
the blood furnace. We'll just shove it in.
So yeah, see what happens.
Nothing bad could possibly come back from this. Not from the patron of this cleric's dead body. Not from the thing we're feeding it to. No worry.
Yeah.
I wonder what blood god.
Salute, huh?
Yes, salute. I wonder what blood god Baron Pryor serves that he's putting us all into this meat grinder head first.
Well, I'm surprised Grit didn't bring up the parent lich that's downstairs that's waiting for us.
Are we sure Grint can actually read? Or does he just look at books?
Grid would never admit that he could read, okay?
David, is it weird that the Quill of Mystra is in the Temple to Luthander, like objectively?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
100%, yep.
Yeah.
Very weird. This holy, very powerful relic of another god that died or went missing during the time of troubles. They're waving at you.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
The time of troubles being what we're in now, because we at least have confirmation that Luthander's dead. We're not
This
sure
is-
about the other gods.
The
Yes.
aftermath of that. Yeah.
The time of troubles. Cyric and a bunch of other bad boys go and kill Mystra. And the High Father Ao condemns all gods to walk the earth as mortals. And since Mystra has died, the weave, which she meticulously takes care of, which supplies all
Mistress
magic
alive.
in Faerun.
Mistra's still alive, canonically. Mistra is still alive. You know this.
Mistra's still alive.
You worship Mistra, and she returns your prayers in kind. As far as you know, yeah. There is nothing in game. I think I've said this, and this is in my notes like 8 times. As far as you know, Mistra
Yeah.
is alive.
Wait, does Tierney pray to Mystra?
No. That was a you in the
General
the
sense,
second
gotcha.
person.
Broad
Yeah,
sense.
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I know. So Shar has the shadow the shadow weave.
Char has the Shadow Weave, which is directly in contrast to Mistra's the Weave. And it's where a lot of shadow magics come from. This is, by the way, out of character.
Yes,
this may not be
yeah.
the time of troubles. This may just be whatever Mike wants it to be.
I don't think there's going to
But-
be any trouble. Why would there be trouble? Was Tierney
Why
planning
would
on
there be
causing
trouble?
trouble?
I'm backing out of the room, my friend.
I see that.
Probably the best decision.
Lathander went missing during the time of troubles canonically. This may not be canonical, but Lathander goes missing, and the child prophet Anomator is the stand-in deity for Lathander's portfolio, which is light, justice, athletics, things shit like that.
I mean, I guess what's
Yes.
weird is the notes say that they're like nothing's going wrong with their prayers. I mean, I guess we don't know how recent those notes are, but it almost
seems
seems
like I'm pretty sure the notes pretty explicitly state that things were going very wrong.
well that they were going wrong. But don't they say that the prayers? No, I mean I mean the recent notes where they're like, we can't undo this. Prayer feedback was great. Everything felt good. I mean, granted, that may not have been from Luthander, but
It's also plausible that if a god goes missing, they're still there, but granting prayers on behalf of somebody else, or vice versa. When a god goes missing, one of the higher gods, one of the superior gods in that portfolio takes control of that portfolio so as not to lose influence over it and grants
Oh,
prayers on
okay.
behalf of that deity.
So somebody else could be doing the whole sun.
Yeah, praise the sun or whatever. So I don't know. This isn't canonical, but it's fueling my conceptualization of what's happening in this world.
That's good to hear, because there's certain things that are FR canon, and there's certain things that are this timeline canon, and I've tried to break those out in a way that is coherent. So I hope it works. Mistra
Kanye's
alive,
wife.
Lathander, who knows where.
And Lathander didn't die. Lathander just went missing.
Hope we
And
can.
then, like, 100 years later appeared mysteriously. Maybe. Like, people didn't see him, but he started granting prayers and stuff.
Don't ruin it for me.
Are you talking about future Grint? Wow. The Grint of the future? It's like regular Grint,
Grint-
but with a targeting system or something?
Just Grint casually mantling Lathander.
Is Grit a mech?
Grint is a targeting system.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think everybody's back. Shall we reconvene?
Yep.
I believe. Good.
So I just wanted to say before they set the corpse on fire, Eden would like to go up and say a prayer over the corpse first.
Eden, roll insight.
Seven.
Noted. Who do you pray to?
Salune.
You do so. Offering prayers for... What do you hope? What significance does this body have to you?
So I think the general gist is he's concerned about the soul. Not having had a religious education, there's some concern about perhaps the soul not entirely departing from the body yet. So the gist of his prayer would be something like, please guide this soul out of the darkness of this temple.
You do so. Tierney, roll insight.
Eight.
Noted.
So are you following through?
The light glimmers on the wall. To your west, you can see the torch on the stairs leading downward. There's limited fuel for the campfire. It starts to burn low already.
Grint is going to move the switch to the B position.
You do so. The light focuses on the body. The smell is horrifying. The flesh incinerates. You burn the body. The robe burns with it. Smoke goes upwards, seeming to be ventilated by some device unseen, but it is impossible to ignore the body that is slowly bubbling, melting, and vaporizing on the altar in front of you. Grint, you have a sense of dread having done this. The body burns. There is now a new skeleton on the altar.
Almost mechanically, once this is finished its course, Lauren will come and pull the lever.
You pull the lever. This Slater skeleton slides down and lands in a pile of bones in the receptacle at the base of the altar.
Grint would like to approach the other skeleton, the one that was originally on there.
It is lying and intermingled with the other pile of bones.
Is there anything in the skeleton that might give an indicator as to how that person died?
Roll investigation.
17.
Your fingers sift through the bones. You feel around in order to determine, is there some evidence of a slice against a bone, a broken set of ribs to suggest a crushing wound. You find a skull with a hole right here, suggesting potentially a dagger or an awl, some type of sharp piercing instrument through the forehead was the method of execution.
Grint is going to say, "Did you say there were other skeletons here?"
I did, yes.
Grint holds up the skull, points to the wound, says, "If there's any skulls, see if they have a wound like this."
You don't remember seeing many skulls in the last room, Lorne, but that seemed to be incomplete sets of bones anyway.
Just Longbone's friend. But I presume they were killed here. Blood on the floor.
Well, that's just it. Maybe they were. Maybe they dug them up out of a graveyard. I guess the bigger question is, why skeletons? What could they possibly be doing with all these skeletons?
Well, as I said, my business here. Cursed, blessed ground, yeah. Thunder particularly doesn't like the undead. Sort of anathema to youth and all that.
Grant, does Faerun burn? Does Tempest burn its dead?
We usually bury them.
Not burn.
I'm actually curious about that. I didn't read anything about that, but I would assume there'd be burials. Is that correct?
Mr. Grommel, you are the priest of Tempest. I defer to you.
Well, then they would be buried, yes.
I can think of a god who would want to burn their dead, but I don't want to say his name out loud.
Well, then write it down. What are you getting at?
I think I won't.
Okay. So you think followers of this person built this thing here?
I think followers of another deity built this here,
I'd say i.e.
and clearly not the Lord of Light or anything adjacent.
It does seem this temple has been co-opted.
Shadows in the basement, an altar of burning sacrifices and supplicants up here.
Oh, that is a bit questionable. At the top of this ziggurat does stand 3 temple statues of Lathander.
Listen, when you were all doing whatever you were doing, did anyone find anything they'd like to share? Grint holds up the two, were they journals? Yeah, the 2 journals that he has. And actually, he's going to start reading them aloud, just for everyone to hear.
I'm going to point at Alan, indicating that I gave her the scripts that I saw.
Yeah, I have 2 scrolls, and Tyranny has some documents.
Feel free to quote from these documents. I will not read them verbatim. You can all read them. However, feel free to point to specific passages here and read them yourself as a way of saying, this is what I'm trying to get at. Or if there's anything in here that jumps out at you, feel free to run with it.
Emissary Ellisil, that's an elven name.
Now that the documents are public knowledge, very openly, Lauren will... a necromancer. I do believe that a lich below. Have you read
Seems to
these?
be. Aye.
And this was not your first leap of judgment. Lorne seems openly baffled at this giant sacrificial bone altar thing. Alright then.
Lit-
Grint just shrugs.
Alright.
You think a lich is collecting skeletons?
Yes, that is indeed something that they would do, yes.
Why?
Do you know what a lich is?
Never seen one.
Many have not seen a lich and lived. This creature is beyond our ability.
So what do we plan to do then? Are we going to move forward and try and take this guy out, or do we want to forego our mission?
Well, according to the notes, it doesn't seem like he wants to fight as much as he wanted to talk to the people who encountered him.
I think I'd rather fight.
I think
What
you
do you
rather
know?
wouldn't, Grant.
In this case, I would tend to agree.
This is the part that troubles me. He wanted to talk to us to advance the next iteration.
Iteration of what?
I agree.
Well,
Are we
keep,
some fucking toy in a game?
we keep being told that we're expected to go further than anybody else has.
It seems like the only thing that matters as we go down into this temple. Nothing else is even of import.
I joined you
Captain
yesterday.
Barrack, the Spelljammer, the fucking Lord, the Quill of whatever other god is in here. The only thing that matters is we keep trudging forward and playing the blood price to whoever's watching. Never mind.
You good?
No, but yeah.
So what do you think will happen if we just don't do it?
I don't think we have a choice. I think if we retreat out of this temple, we'll find the way blocked. Just magically. We'll find our ways directed back straight into here.
What is wrong with you?
What is wrong? Oh,
Given circumstances, paranoia is very valid. I have a bit of a question. I'm new to your group. I don't belong. When did you start your journey together?
About a week
Dates.
ago.
Aye. There's dates on these documents.
5 days ago, 1376, April 7th. This document's from 2 years ago.
Alright.
Baron's been sending people here for a long time.
Yeah, but why are we the most important? Why are these other guys getting to leave? But it is, and even like they said, they don't think that we will have a problem going down, but they did.
Yeah,
But
why did they
how
say
would
that?
they know? Yeah, how would they know?
They might be out of spite just to send someone else down there.
Spite, you gave them your water skin. What?
So,
So,
they lost 3 people down there.
I don't mean to jump to conclusions, but a question. I don't... If he thinks that we are the ones that are supposed to go through this, yes? He would have to have understanding of what was below. The previous party has spoken to this lich, yes? Sedge, or whoever. Perhaps that's a different entity. His party members are either now dead to the lich that he spoke to, and the druid can no longer hear. Perhaps he was lying.
I agree. Grint, let me ask you a question.
They
Back to the well. Bottom of a dungeon. All your party's dead. A fearsome foe lies in front of you. Do you, A, unsheath your sword and stab into the darkness, or B, begrudgingly write a journal detailing all of the things that you just did?
Oh, this is one of those trick questions, eh?
No, there's no trick, but I'm seeing
Just
a
what a
dwarvish
trickster
journal.
would say.
Who would write a journal like this? It's absurd.
A dying man. A coward.
If you're alone in the darkness for a great period of time, you're gonna find yourself doing strange things to cope.
How do you even write in the darkness?
Lorne will openly laugh at them.
They may have had a light stone.
Let's listen.
He said they didn't. In the journal.
So, Mr. Johann, who I talked to, he said it's even darker down below. I'm thinking we need to maybe think about how we're gonna move, not get separated.
All right, well, I have a plan for that. So I have the ability to use a magic circle that can prevent the undead, celestials, fae, etc. from coming in or going out. What I recommend is that when we move down into the darkness, we take it slowly and allow me to move the circle. I won't be able to do it a lot, but I can at least do it twice. So we may want to find a way where we can find safe zones, and we can use the magic circle to move within the areas we find that are unsafe, if we can determine that.
I'm very well practiced in the arts, but how big is this circle?
The circle, I believe, is 1 second. Alan thinks in her head, and you can see her calculating as I read my spell. It is a 10-foot radius and a 20-foot tall cylinder.
Well, I suppose that plan goes out the window then. I was going to propose printing it on the table and carrying it with us, but I don't really think we could get that down.
So I believe that means 4 of us can fit in it.
Yeah, it's a 2x2 square.
Is it? It's a
No.
10-foot
10-foot
radius.
radius?
It's a
Radius,
10-foot
not diameter.
radius,
Oh.
yeah. So we'll have plenty of room.
Grint would like to investigate these statues at the north end of the room.
Roll religion.
Okay. Yeah. 15.
The left statue. Broken. Unrecognizable. Roll investigation.
This
6.
would be the size of my circle.
The right statue. Intact. Lathander's outstretched right hand blesses you with the power of the sun, you suppose.
There's nothing on the left one, like on the ground. There's like broken bits. There's nothing that might indicate what the statue was of.
It appears to be a humanoid figure, maybe similar to the statue on the right, but it's been defaced or potentially broken by looters.
Hey, I'm really sorry I deleted myself by accident. I was trying to get rid of the circle. I'm dead.
That is not a great omen.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's fixed.
Yay, thanks.
So they said the statue on the right. Is there anything in the hand of the statue?
There is not, but you sense that something could be there. But there's nothing there now.
Nothing more. So are we going down or what?
Yeah, let's do it. I mean, if this is our path in life and it's our calling, we might as well just go ahead and get it over with, whether we die or not. I guess this is what we have to do.
I agree. We are going down.
Oh, never thought it'd go like this. I'll go first.
So,
All right.
before
Yeah.
we go, in agreement, say we meet this Sag. Don't try to strike him immediately. Perhaps the conversation is within merit. Afterwards, do as you will.
Yes, I believe that the wounds that we sustained down there may not be able to be recoverable.
Well, that's what Johann said. The shadows They pierce.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying that using the circle is going to be our best bet and being safe while we are down there.
You sure it'll keep shadows out?
Well, if they're undead, like a lich, then it will keep them out.
Who knows what the hell those things are?
I'm certain we're about to find out.
It's all right. The light of Tempest will guide me.
Let Tempest shine the light upon us all.
The light of Tempest, yeah.
Well, Grint holds up his sword that has light on it.
All praise the new morning, Lord. Let's go.
You watch it.
I am.
I'm just trying to be nice. Anyways, let's get a move on. So why don't we go in order from smallest to tallest, and that way we can all see ahead of us, and we can all take inventory of what we're walking into. We're going to need to check stair by stair for traps because everything is so dark.
Well, they already went down and up those steps, so I'm sure those will be clear.
We would hope so.
Hey,
Well, there was that attack that deafened the druid.
True. Maybe that was a
Allegedly,
trap.
yeah.
What are these tents on the west side of the room?
They are tents. They are composed of canvas. They appear to be set up there somewhat recently.
I'm going to take a peek inside of the tent that's not ragged.
You see an empty canvas tent. There's nothing in here.
Okay, just
bit-
checking.
A bit odd for adventurers to leave their tents behind.
Pretty
not
odd.
if you leave in a hurry.
I didn't see him that rushed.
Off we go.
Go ahead.
Off we go.
Go ahead and set up your marching order. Ignore the train in this room for a second and set up as you have right now. I have Grint going first. I have Alan going second, Lauren going third, Tierney going fourth, Eden going last. Is that correct? Is this your
Eden is likely the tallest in the group because he's the only human.
Is,
Oh, I have. I'm a tall boy.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think the high elf is probably the tallest.
In favor, and elves are shorter than humans.
That is true, you're right.
He is a mutated one.
I'm just abnormally big.
please let me know when you finalize your marching order. Is this it?
Yeah, this is acceptable.
Grint Grommel, you find yourself going down a staircase. There is one torch up above you before the staircase gets almost entirely dark down below. You have a light in your sword. How do you conduct yourself going down these stairs?
Grint's basically got his both hands on his sword, and he's just kind of like pointing the sword into the darkness as he descends.
Are you looking up, down, or straight ahead?
Definitely straight ahead.
Do you have any trepidation?
Nope.
Roll perception at disadvantage.
$12.
Noted. You descend the stairs. Roll D100.
$15.
Noted.
Before we descend, I cast Mage Armor.
Please let me know if anybody has any other things like that that you are putting
yes.
on.
Tierney,
Alan.
let me see your hand. I hold Tierney's hand like I'm giving him a handshake, and I cast protection from evil and good.
Has it been an hour since we first entered the temple?
It has.
Okay. So, Pass Without a Trace is not active currently.
You find yourself somewhere new. The staircase loops around, and you find yourself significantly lower into the earth. The air is denser down here. It's very dark. Grint, you arrive on a landing. There is a familiar-looking red carpet, tattered to your north. To your south, there is a wall. Alan, you are just behind Grint. We'll keep it off the initiative order, but please, everybody take your moves carefully.
Grint says, I suggest we follow the carpet.
It worked last time. Why not?
Grint will take one step forward on the carpet.
I will treat this as a conga line, and I will follow Grint.
Lorne will follow suit.
What's it smell like down here?
Musty, old. You smell books.
Grint will take another step north.
You do so. There is darkness all around you. Your sword provides almost no illumination down here.
Really? Damn.
You can barely see 5 feet in front of you. Vision is very limited.
Question for you. With Eldritch Blast, would I be able to, like you see in the movies and stuff like that, where characters kind of like hold their action and they have like the crackling energy in their hand before they are to go to shoot it? Could I do that with Eldritch Blast to use it as an illumination for myself?
No.
Yeah.
Especially not here. No, it's you can't channel power in that way.
It's worth a shot.
No, that's fair.
Anyone have anything to say before we move forward again?
I think Eden will say, especially directed towards Tyranny, like, do you think we should announce ourselves?
We can if we want, but they already know we're here.
Is there any harm in asking them to come meet us?
Maybe?
I trust
You
your
talking
intuition,
to the
Eden.
shades.
I think, as suggested in the script we read, we should stay the course.
Okay.
Or sorry,
Another
Yes,
step north.
not the script. The dwarf said that.
They also called him
Following suit.
a doorkeeper and a gatekeeper. I don't know many gatekeepers personally, but they don't tend to leave their gates.
You run out of carpet, Grint.
Shit, I was afraid of that.
The stones underneath your feet seem very dark and cool.
If I were to shoot off an Eldritch Blast, would we be able to see where it goes? Or would it disappear after 5 feet?
Perhaps you could toss necrotic energy into the darkness and see what happens.
I will do that. Grint.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get us a little bit of light. Don't move, okay?
Hey.
I'm gonna put my arm outstretched over top of his shoulder and then shoot an Eldritch Blast forward.
You do so. It flies very far down the hallway. You hear a distant impact. You can't even see where it went. The darkness is too deep. It creates a small crashing and impact sound. The sound of glass breaking echoes down this long hallway. From audio cues, you can tell that you must be in some type of long chamber.
Does Alan's Eldritch Blast have any specific aesthetic tied to it?
I know that I had mentioned something at one point. It's kind of like a purple and gold flame. So whenever it shoots, it's more like deep purple, but then the outsides of it kind of glow golden.
Gotcha. Just trying to keep a headcanon to this. I also think we passed over a statue when we were walking through. Would that have been obvious to us as in the darkness?
It would have been. Do you have questions about the statue, Warren?
Yes. Does it look similar to the ones that we had been passing previously?
It's too
Like an
dark.
outstretched humanoid figure?
You think so? Down here, this level down, you can't even see the statue's face. Even when you were passing right next to it, your visibility wasn't enough to see it. You just brushed next to its legs.
I wasn't paying it too terribly much mind, just in case it looked extravagantly different from the other one.
Well, Grint's going to follow the Eldritch Blast. He's going to take one more step forward.
You do so. It's still very dark here. Your boots echo on the flagstones.
Now, you said the stones here are cool. Do they look different than the stones previously? Like, does it look like things are more decrepit down here, for example?
Things don't look more decrepit down here. But when you examine the ground, it seems colder than you would expect. You've spent much time under the earth. You see frost forming in the mortar between the flagstones. It's not that cold under the earth.
We gonna keep inching forward, guys?
As long as
You're the
Grit keeps
leader.
inching forward, we're inching forward.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that we have a long hallway, so we might as well trek it and get it over with.
Okay, Grant's moving forward again.
You find something, Grint. Carpet, again, underneath your feet, red, tattered.
Oh, thank God. Grant will continue following the carpet.
You do so. You find a massive hole in this one, and then the carpet ends soon afterwards.
Man, nobody's taking care of these carpets. It's sad.
Eden, you coming?
Grint, you find an open door here.
The door was already opened, you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Grant will step through.
You do so.
Can I look to my left and my right? Do I see anything?
It's too dark to see.
Okay.
We could play leapfrog down this hallway.
Eden, you bump into Lauren. Tierney, you bump into Lauren. You all feel a bit nervous. Grint, you advance forward. Everybody, roll initiative at disadvantage.
Four.
9.
8.
15.
I also got a 4, so me and Alan will have to roll off.
I got a nat 20 on that one. Damn it.
I got an 8, so
Okay, I think I missed a couple. So I have Lauren with a 9. I have Alan with a 4+, Eden with a 4-. I missed a Tierney, and I missed a Grant.
15.
And 8 for me.
You become suddenly aware that the air currents in the room are moving just a bit. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Let's see. Okay. You are swarmed by shadows. Eden, what's your AC?
$13.
You are taken off guard. From behind you, pure darkness swirls. The first thing you feel is something sharp between your ribs, sticking through your back. Take 9 necrotic.
Eden shrieks like a teapot.
It is followed up quickly by a second stab through the back of your left thigh. You feel blood gushing from the wound. Take 12 necrotic. Tyranny Fang, what's your AC?
13.
A shadow swirls past you. You sense the fist of a shadow going right past your face, trying to grab your neck. It barely misses. Alan Vaughn, what's your AC?
11.
From your right, you at once sense nothingness, and then, from the shadows, you are surprised as sharp bits of the umbral world stab out towards you.
Can I use Hellish Rebuke? If they hit me.
They do hit you. Take 8 necrotic. Do you cast Hellish Rebuke as a reaction?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's 2d10 fire damage.
Roll the fire damage.
$15.
Noted. For a brief moment, you can sense you point into the darkness and you singe your attacker. You can see for a moment the outline of a humanoid shadow as you set it on fire. In a brief moment, the fire extinguishes and it is once again dark. Grint Grommel, you feel a hand reach out and touch you. Make a Constitution saving throw.
$23.
Your limbs stiffen for a brief moment. You fight against it and remain limber. What is your AC?
21.
You feel as multiple shadows swing past you again and again, trying to get through your armor. You remain unscathed.
Can I try to repost?
How can you riposte a shadow that you can't even see?
Well, I'm just gonna say.
No,
are you asking, like, is it a rhetorical question, or
it was rhetorical? Yes, it was rhetorical.
Okay. Gotcha.
The shadow's turn ends. Tyranny Fang, it becomes your turn.
Do I think I have a decent idea of what direction the fist came from?
You think it came from your northeast. You can sense just a bit that there is something there. Do you see the edge of the token? That's
No.
about here. Let me, one moment. We'll do it like this.
Oh shit, they do exist.
You can sense from where you were attacked.
I would like to cast Magic Missile
On the shadow nearest you.
on the shadow that attacked me. And I would like to have my missiles be in the form of candles.
In order to do fire
Take it.
damage.
In order to injure the shadows is the way I best see fit. In my mind, this is more injurious.
Small, tiny, astral, waxen candles fly through the air toward this shadow. Roll the damage.
$13.
You do 13 damage to the shadow nearest you. Tierney, it remains your turn. Your heart beats in your chest.
The shadow is right next to me, yes?
Immediately next to you. You can barely even see it as it twists in the darkness, but you can sense its presence. You feel strangely comfortable with it.
I'll stand my ground.
You do so. Anything else before Lorne takes control?
Nope.
Lorne, Danavir, you can sense the shadows closing around you.
Yeah, almost on reflex from the scream from behind him. I don't know if anybody else actually yelled out. Lorne will take the dagger from his belt and cast Mirror Image.
You cast Mirror Image. Multiple Lorns step out from your prime form. It remains your turn.
Don't believe I can make an attack. Correct?
Correct.
Yes. So I will end my turn. I won't move. I'm just going to brace up behind where Alan is, watching her back with 4 back.
Grint Grommel.
One second.
Take your time, Grint. A shadow is a worthy opponent.
True that. Grint is going to cast... Yes, it's a bonus action. Okay. Grint is going to cast Divine Favor.
Let me read the spell text.
Okay.
Got it. You cast Divine Favor. Your sword glows with the light of Tempest.
I'm going to... Can I? Can I attack the enemy to my northeast?
The Wraith.
I...
You can. Perhaps you shouldn't, but you can.
Oh, God. Grint's going for it.
Roll to hit.
Let me see. Ten.
10 misses. It remains your turn, Grint.
Nope, nothing more.
Alan Vaughn.
Yes.
It becomes your turn.
Question for you. In order to reach out to Reg, is that a bonus action or a full action?
When you say reach out, what do you mean?
Like touch my necklace.
It's a standard action.
All right.
Good question, though. I should notate that. That's an extremely reasonable question.
I am going to Eldritch Blast the shadow that was closest to me, that attacked me.
The one directly to your east.
Yes.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
17.
17 hits.
One is 5 damage, one is 2 damage. Because it hits twice.
This shadow is the same one that you had targeted with your Hellish Rebuke. You finish it off. Your Eldritch Blast pierces it directly in the middle, the center of mass of this shadow, and it is at once dispelled.
Although I'm like on edge, I lean in close to Grint. Got him.
Good, I think there's more.
I got your back.
It remains your turn, Alan.
It's the end of my turn.
Eden Cather. Your sense of panic sets in.
Eden will cast Moonbeam to his right, centered on that shadow that attacked him.
Centered on.
Well, not.
That's what. That's why.
Let me see. I once drew a square. I think it looked like this.
Understood. Centered on the wall, as if to target neatly the shadow that is
Yes.
there. Okay.
Yes.
You do so. The moon opens up through the ceiling here in the temple. The darkness is briefly dispelled. You can see for a moment at least this side of the wall. Go ahead and roll the radiant damage.
Okay. 2d10. 13.
You sense this spell had maximum effect. It remains your turn, Eden. This shadow is singed by the radiant damage. He is singed by the light.
I don't think he can get away without provoking a
Attack of opportunity. You have a feeling that trying to get away from this shadow would, in fact, expose your back to it again. Your wounds are still fresh.
So he will stay put. I'll end his turn here.
The shadows swirl around you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Okay. You sense movements somewhere distantly. Close to you, Grint, Grommel. The Wraith reaches out to embrace you.
Give him a hug.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Seven.
You are held for 2 turns. The shadow next to you strikes out at Alan. It hits. Alan, take 6 necrotic. The shadow swings again, using its limb as the blade. It hits. Take 4 necrotic. Tyranny Fang. The shadow in front of you drifts between you and Lorne and strikes at you again. What's your AC, Tyranny?
13.
The shadow's first attack misses, but the second attack hits, reaching out and slicing you next to your collarbone. Take 7 necrotic. Eden. The shadow next to you withers in the moonlight and reaches out, striking at you desperately. And misses, going neatly past your ribcage. Tyranny Fang, it becomes your turn.
I'll cast Magic Missile again.
Targeting the same
The
shadow.
same one who struck me first. This one's going to die.
Roll the damage.
13.
Your magic missiles, taking the shape of candles in the darkness, smash into the shadow. At once, the shadows are dispelled.
I'll turn to face the shadow, engaging Eden. And I will once again stand my ground.
You do so. Lorne, Dainavir.
Can I target the square north of Grint, or is it too dark?
It is too dark. Well, walk me through it. What are you thinking?
I wanted to cast Maximilian's Earthen Grass, targeting the square north of him.
Let me read the spell text.
Okay.
A unoccupied space of ground that you can see within range is in range, but you can't see it.
And that it is too dark. Okay, I will
Yes.
close the distance between me and this next one next to Alan and attempt to stab it with my dagger. Provided the dust from earlier, the conditional is met.
The conditional is met.
Alright, cool. I met. Unless a 10 hit.
It does not.
Alright, now we'll end my turn behind it.
You attempt to stab through a shadow, but how can you stab a shadow? Grink Rommel, you are held. You are forced to watch as these shadows swirl around your friends. Alan Vaughn, it becomes your turn.
Can I tell which shadow is holding Grint?
You have a feeling it is the Wraith in the brilliant blue ethereal cloak floating just next to him.
I reach over his shoulder again and, like right into the center of the Wraith, I Eldritch Blast. Or I try to, we'll see.
This Wraith,
That's a 19.
it's in partial cover. You have to, so you can lean, you can shoot over Grint, but you sense that with his rigidity, you'll have to be very precise here. As a chance, you may hit the shadow to his right.
Okay,
What,
that's fine.
What was your on die roll?
19.
You hit the Wraith. Your Eldritch Blast sail past Grint's shoulder and impact the Wraith in front of him.
That is 10 damage total.
Your Eldritch Blast impact the Wraith. The Wraith's concentration is broken. Grint, life comes back to your limbs. Alan, it remains your turn.
I told you I had your back. Turns done.
Eden Cather.
I suppose. So I think Eden can disengage as an action.
You can. You can disengage as your full action. So it is your you'd be foregoing attacking essentially. Think of it like dashing.
Okay. He will disengage and take a step. Oops. Ignore those tiny squares.
We'll clean it up afterwards. How about a cardinal direction, and I'll take care of it for you.
Northwest.
You jump back into the darkness, fortunately into nothing. The wound in your left hamstring bleeds openly as you jump. It remains your
Coward.
turn, Eden.
He will leave the moonbeam there for the time being, so hopefully the shadow will get destroyed on its turn.
You're right. We resolve the damage on your turn. So roll the radiant damage again.
Okay. $10.
Noted. You destroy the shadow. The power of the moon crushes the shadow underneath its boot. The shadow is dispelled. Your moonbeam remains. Anything else on your turn, Eden?
I believe that was a no.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I shook
didn't
my
catch
head,
that.
no.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. At the top of the order, the shadows swirl. In the darkness, a shadow strikes out at you, Alan. It misses. And again, the wraith reaches out, Grint, and attempts to embrace you.
This guy can't take a hint.
Roll a Constitution saving throw.
8.
You're held for 5 turns. The shadow to your east attacks Lorne. Lorne, what's your AC?
16, and I failed to misdirect it.
The shadow stabs you. Its umbral blade lands in your quadricep. Take 4 necrotic. It tries to follow up and misses. Tyranny, it becomes your turn.
Can I see the shadows that are engaged with Alan and Lauren and Grint?
You can see through a narrowing of the hallway. Total chaos. People fighting their own shadows in the next room. It would be impossible to target something on the other side of the portalway there.
I will move forward.
From one farther north. From there, you can target the shadow to your northwest freely, the shadow to your northeast through partial cover, and the wraith to your northeast through full cover.
I would like to take out my staff and perform a sneak attack on the shadow right next to me.
This shadow has not seen you yet. Your waist is not deep in the water. Umberlee does not smile upon you yet.
I hope not.
Go ahead and take your sneak attack roll.
$17.
17 hits.
$12 damage.
Bludgeoning.
Yes.
You hit the shadow with your staff. You sense that you must have somehow made contact with something, but you have a sense that your blow did not do its full effect. It remains your turn, Tyranny.
I'm going to shout out, "Hold fast!"
You do so. Your voice echoes. Lorne, it becomes your turn.
He's just going to try to stab the shadow in front of him again.
You do so. Roll to hit.
16.
16 hits.
Seven.
Piercing.
Correct.
You pierce through the shadow. You sense your blade caught something, and you find yourself pushing through the darkness with your blade. Anything else for your turn, Lorne?
He'll contemplate that being very odd to him, but otherwise no.
It feels strange to you. Grint Grommel, you can't even blink. You watch as the wraith continues to hold you still. Its lack of eyes watch you carefully as you are held in place.
It's okay, I'm mustering.
Alan Vaughn, you watch as Grint is held in place directly in front of you.
I will once again try and knock this bad boy off of him.
Roll to hit. Well, I'm assuming you're Eldritch Blasting.
Yeah, it's a 22.
Your Eldritch Blast sails past Grint once more. Your precise strike hits the wraith.
It's 11 damage, and Alan will yell out, she'll "Gets off!"
The wraith grits and holds him steady despite the blow. It remains your turn, Alan. The wraith will not let Grint go.
That'll be the end.
Eden, Cather.
So Eden will use his action to move his moonbeam. So he'll move it. He'll swing it around south of him, so as not to like make it pass over himself and Tierney, and ultimately to the west, and then have it end up. Let me draw another shape. Here-ish.
You cannot see that point. So there is I'm not sure if it's visible to you. Let me just to help you see the shape of the room here. So there is I was talking earlier about I don't know if you can see that, a portal, sort of like like you're passing through walls here that narrow the hallway.
Okay. Yeah.
As a result, you would lose the moonbeam if you tried to drag it that way. You're unable to target things on that side of the doorway from this side of the doorway.
Okay, so maybe he'll instead move it, if he can, just north of where it is currently to offer Tierney some protection from being ambushed on that side, and then he'll move, if he can, to Tierney's west.
You can. There is a unlit sconce there. There is a like large, someplace that you could illuminate the entire hallway, like a fire pit.
Can he light it with his torch?
There's no fuel in it.
Okay. All right. He'll end his turn there then.
At the top of the order, the shadows swirl around the party. The wraith hugs you deeper. Take 7 cold damage. You feel its icy fingers around you. It's getting very close to you now. The shadow in front of you, Lauren, strikes back. It misses. It swings again and misses again. The shadow to your west, Alan, swings at you and misses. Its second strike lands true. It gets right between your ribs. It critically does 15 necrotic damage. It narrowly avoids your heart. Tyranny, you watch as the shadow stabs deep into Alan. It becomes your turn.
Alan clearly lets out a really loud yelp.
I will cast magic missile at this shadow in front of me. $11 damage.
You connect with the shadow, dispelling it.
I will move up, feeling pretty confident.
You do so, edging past a deeply wounded Alan. You see Grint being held perfectly in place by a wraith. It remains your turn.
I'd like to move up one forward so I actually can have a clear shot at this wraith if I need to. And there I'll end.
You do so, Lorne.
Just gonna continue to keep on stabbing.
You stab into the darkness again and again and again.
It's like it's natural.
Why are you stabbing? I'm so confused.
Let's just say that I'm, as a character, horrifically underprepared for fighting shape. I rolled an 11.
Got it.
11 misses.
I could figure.
It remains your turn. You do feel underprepared. You feel a bit out of your element. I'm sorry, go ahead.
He will look directly at Alan. You need to get back. Coldly and calmly.
No, I'm good.
Grint Grommel, you are held. The wraith holds you in its cold, close embrace. Alan Vaughn, roll a Constitution saving throw.
Nat 20 plus whatever the heck I got going on.
Your wounds ache. It becomes your turn.
Tyranny.
Alan.
I reach my hand out to you with my genie's vessel. And if you are to grasp it, as you do so,
I'll grasp it. We're in
whisk
the middle of combat.
Yeah, I whisk myself into the bottle because I'm not dying today.
Tyranny Fang, you possess a vessel containing Alan Vaughn. Alan, your turn ends as you are somewhere small, dark, and safe. Eden Cather.
Okay. So I think Eden would like to move into the space where Alan was previously.
Mm-hmm. Alan is in the ether right now. We will move her there, okay?
And I was just reading about this. I think, can he perform a help action?
You can. You can.
Against this creature.
When you say against this creature, what do you mean? So help. You can use help in myriad ways. You can use help to complete a task. You could use help. So who are you helping and how?
So I think maybe he'll help Lorne. He wants to help him basically like actually attack the creature, so like help him connect. So he might try to distract the shadow in some way.
You feint, trying to distract the shadow, giving Lorne more of an opportunity to land a true blow.
Yes.
Understood. You do so. Lorne, your next attack is made at advantage. But first, the shadows swirl. Grint. The wraith kisses your cheek Take 6 cold damage. Lorne, the shadow strikes at you. What's your AC? Say 16?
16, correct.
The shadow barely misses you. It goes right past your face. You can feel the darkness as it whizzes past your cheek. It tries again and misses. Tierney, it becomes your turn.
I will stow the GD bottle. And I will take out my crossbow and try and hit this wraith. I believe you could always get a sneak attack if it is engaged with another person.
And it has not yes. In this case, you would get a sneak attack on the wraith. Yes.
I would like to avail myself of that.
Go ahead. Make the roll.
12.
What's the enchantment on your crossbow?
It is unenchanted, I believe.
The bolt has no effect.
I will say, shit. And I will put the crossbow away.
You do so.
I will end my turn there.
Lorne, Danavir.
Taking the advantage from Eden, he'll press onward, cursing out in some abyssal tongue.
You curse in Abyssal?
I curse in Undercommon.
You curse in Undercommon. Noted.
Does an 18 hit?
It does.
That would be 8 piercing damage.
You pierce the shadow. You sense that your blow did not take full effect, but nonetheless, you are able to send the shadow back into the plane of shadow. Grint, Grommel, you are still held.
Yeah.
You watch futilely. Alan Vaughn, you are... Hold on, let me catch up to you here. You hold your phalange. Do you want to resolve that roll now?
Yeah, we can.
Let's do it. Roll the d4.
Hey, I didn't get a 1 this time. All right. So I got a 3. It says, it would be foolish to lie to an Afridi that has spent an eternity pondering little primelings. As it were, it would be foolish to lie to you. Adversaries are at disadvantage on sleight of hand and deception checks against you until your next long rest. A 4 would have been better, but hey.
You reach out here in this tiny pocket dimension to your Warlock patron. He answers, but not perhaps in the way you had hoped.
While I'm in there, can I take a short rest? Is that possible? I don't know if it is.
I don't
Yeah,
think so, no.
Okay.
Eden Cather.
So what's the deal with Grint right now that Eden can see?
He is held. He is being embraced by a wraith.
By this wraith that's north, east of him?
Correct.
We've got an it's complicated thing going on.
It is reaching out, holding him in its cold embrace.
And then could the help action be used to break him out of, or like help him out of that embrace at all? No. Okay. I guess he will cast Moonbeam again against this wraith.
Where do you target it?
It will look like. Hang on. Ignore that square. In case others want to get up. Sort of like that.
Understood. Roll the radiant.
Okay.
The moon directs pure radiant energy through the ceiling of the temple.
It was a 6.
6 radiant, right?
Yes.
You dispel the wraith back to the shadows. Its blue cloak falls to the ground and then disappears as well. Suddenly, it's quiet here.
Not that quiet. Grint's pretty
Where-
pissed.
Grint, you suddenly have command of your faculties again.
Where did Alan go? Was she
like, do a
eaten
head
by
count.
shadows? Aiden starts freaking out a little bit.
For reference, I think it would be safe to say, I know in the beginning when we talked about the genie bottle, I said, like, if you open it, it's not going to, like, forcibly make me come out. But I think with Michael's permission, it would be safe to say if you open it and say something, maybe I would be able to hear it. I can't communicate back, but I may be able to hear it if Michael says that's okay.
I'm not taking this thing out of my bag.
Yeah, it's in Tierney's hand. Or
Got it.
Tierney's bag.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just saying in general, like, is that okay with you, so that I know when I'm allowed, like, when it's safe to come out? Because technically, I don't.
Sure.
know.
I think that's exactly, yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
Did Lauren see her enter the bottle adjacent to him?
No, too much going
Okay.
on, too dark.
Yeah, I figured. I don't know. I told her to leave, and I assume she left on her own accord.
We have one problem right now, and that's the shadows. Please focus.
Grint's looking around for more shadows to kill.
You see none. But in every nook and crevice there is a shadow. Just some seem animated, some seem natural. Tierney, this reminds you of the Shadowfell.
We move forward. Grint, take point.
Where's Alan?
Alan's in my pocket. Let's move.
Can Eden sweep the moonbeam ahead of them before it goes out?
Right?
Sure, go ahead. Yes, use it to scout.
As far as it can go, north. Yeah.
Say you can sweep it. You move it all the way here, and it allows you to see a bit of a staircase leading downward and to the right before it is withdrawn back into the ceiling.
Okay.
There's your mark, Grint. Lead us.
Hey. Should we do this one step at a time?
Please do.
I'm following with my hand on Grint's shoulder.
I guess I'm falling behind here.
Eden's limping a little, but he'll follow.
Your wounds are grievous. Grint, there is a small, this is no staircase, but there are a few stairs leading downward to the east.
Grint will go down.
The floor is different here. Instead of flagstones, wood.
This sconce next to me. Does it have any fuel in it?
It does not. Just ancient ashes, no embers really.
All right. Actually, fuck it. Grint will pour some cooking oil in there,
You do so.
and he will throw a match on it.
It lights. You cause a small and bright fire to emerge from this sconce. The fire cannot push back the shadows very much, but it allows you to see a bit more of the room. It glows with a faint orange light. You can see the outline of something in front of you. A long seat, maybe a pew.
About how many paces ahead of me?
About 10 paces ahead of you.
Okay.
You find it. Some type of long seat.
Can I get around it to the north or the south?
You can. You could also crawl over it if you wanted to.
I'd rather not. I'll go south of it then.
You do so.
Well, here's a wall. Let's follow the wall.
You quickly bump into a bookcase.
What should we do? Anybody?
Go north.
All right.
Suddenly, from the shadows, more shadows leap out at you.
No.
Roll initiative.
Ho, ho, ho. Bringing the A game this time.
Do we have disadvantage?
Not this time.
22.
How about what does Grin say game?
21.
Eden and Alan, somewhere afar.
6. I didn't roll because I didn't assume I'd be in initiative. But yeah, I guess I would be. Okay.
You should be. Lauren?
23 on a crit.
I'm 14.
Acting first, top of the order, Lauren.
Now I will cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp in the center square north of, targeting the nice man to my northwest.
Got it.
So he needs
It's
to
a
make
strength saving throw.
Yes, DC 14.
The shadow fails.
So he is bound.
He also takes bludgeoning damage.
I believe I don't. Let me read it. I think I have to make an action afterwards on like my next following turn to try to crush with.
I believe it's actually, I have it up right now, so it's every turn. So
It is every turn. That's sick. You would take 4 bludgeoning damage.
you have a sense that these creatures are resistant to being bludgeoned. It remains your turn.
And we will scoot back over here.
You scoot up against Tierney, whose turn it becomes.
I would like to. I'm in the corner. I can't get out. Is the shadow next to Grint under cover? Like half cover?
It is under, yes, I would say it's half cover over Grint.
I am going to... I'm going to fire my crossbow at this shadow. The resist was on the Wraith. I don't have much agency here. 12.
Your crossbow bolt has no effect. It remains your turn.
Can I take Alan out of her astral prison
I think
with a
that's
bonus action?
I think it's a bonus action. Exactly. Yes, agree.
Wait, you
I
can
would-
make me come out?
I can't make you come out, but I'm gonna uncork it and put it on the floor.
Yes, as we just discussed, he can attempt to cajole you out. So you do that. You set her bottle down and attempt to compel her out. Grint, Grommel, it becomes your turn.
Goddamn right it does. Grant's going to open up with a precision attack on the one north of him. Let me just double check that. So I'm not sure if I have to roll the dice or not. I think you can choose. Right, you can use it before or after making the attack roll. So maybe not a precision attack. We'll see.
Got it. Yes, I was wondering about the sequence. That yes, so you could do it. So you could choose to do it if you get like a 12 or something like that.
Won't be necessary. 20, 30.
20 hits.
All right. Jesus. Okay, so that comes out to 5 slashing and 1 radiant.
You attempt to cut through the shadow. You get the impression that the slashing has little effect, but the radiant has extra effect. Alan, it becomes your turn here, distantly somewhere in a tiny pocket plane where you feel very safe.
I don't think that she would leave at this point. But the fact of the matter is she has no health and no ability to protect herself at this point.
You feel a sense of safety in here, away from the world.
Also, out of character, I read up on what it's like. Nobody would have to talk to me. Apparently, from the inside of the vessel, you can hear the outside area as if you were still out there. So I'll be able to basically just hear what's going on.
You can hear the sounds of combat. You hear Grint smite a shadow in front of him. You hear Tierney Fang swear under his breath.
Yeah, for right now, I don't think Alan would come out.
The shadows strike. Eden, what's your AC?
13.
The shadow to your northwest strikes at you and misses. It strikes again, stabbing past you. It misses. The shadow north of you inches closer and stabs you with its right arm.
He's bound.
He's bound by the hand. Can he take any action?
Yeah, he can make another strength check to try to break free.
Got it. You can just strength against your spell save DC. What is your spell?
14. 14.
He fails. The shadow strains against the earthen hand and is unsuccessful. Eden. It's your turn. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that in that way. It's your turn.
All right. So since he's bound, I don't need to disengage to move away, right?
You're still you are in the zone of control
that's
of the
true.
northwest one. Yes.
Shoot. I believe he is panicking at this point, and he will wild shape into a wolf. That is his action. So he will not be able to move without provoking an attack of opportunity, so he'll end his turn there.
You ascend with natural fury and become a wolf. Lorne, top of the order.
Lorne will attempt to gather if there's anything further into this room by inching next to Grin,
You
coming
bump
up side by side with.
into. It almost looks like a pew. It's like a long. It's a long bench that one could sit on.
And as his attack action, he will try to continue crushing the goat. You can cause the hand as an action to deal 2d6 if it fails, half of it if it fails.
It's the witch bolt type of things. You concentrate and continue doing damage. Go for it.
Be 4, 2 if it fails, or succeed.
It fails. That's 4 bludgeoning.
Correct, yes.
Got it. Anything else on your turn?
He'll just hold up the light to help Grin.
Tyranny Fang.
I would like to advance toward Eden.
You advance toward the wolf that is eaten. Sorry, go ahead.
Take out my staff and try and make an attack on this shadow with my enchanted weapon.
Roll to hit.
25.
25 hits.
Do I get a sneak attack? It is adjacent to another ally within 5 yards or feet, whatever. But subjective, obviously.
Yeah, especially, it's being held too. This one's being held. So yes, I think that's totally reasonable.
$11.
11 bludgeoning.
Yes.
Got it. You beat this shadow, hitting it in the side. It seems to crumple slightly as you change its form. It remains your turn, Tierney.
That'll be it.
Grant Grommel,
It's taking another swing on the shadow north of me.
your sword glows with radiant power as you do so.
23.
23 hits.
Nine slash, 3 radiant.
You cut through the shadow, dispelling it. It remains your turn.
That's right, I have some movement. Let's get over here. Am I actually able to reach... Hold on. That spot right there, because I don't know if darkness is, harder to navigate through.
You can clamber past Lorne, I think. Seems reasonable to me.
Fair enough.
You're not moving very far.
Let me think. So I have bonus action. Let's use War Priest and kill this thing next to me.
You attack
25.
again. 25 hits.
Nine slashing, 1 radiant.
You dispel the shadow, slicing through it, sending it back to Shadowfell.
Nice.
Alan Vaughn, you hear as Grint victoriously slices through multiple enemies. You are alone in your pocket plane.
I'm proud of Grint, and I'm going to stay in the safety of my little padded room.
Oh, shit. Do I still have movement?
You do not.
Okay, shit, because I just realized I have that thing where when I kill an enemy on my turn, I can make another attack.
You'll have to catch it next time.
Right on.
The shadows go. The shadows swirl. The last one attacks Eden. And hits. Takes 6 necrotic. It attacks again and misses. Eden, it's your turn.
Okay, Eden will can Eden get past Tierney? Sorry, let me think about this because he'll have
Sure.
to disengage. Sure, yeah, he'll risk the attack of opportunity to just try to run past Tierney.
Okay. The shadow attempts to grasp you as you run by, and it misses.
Okay. For his bonus action, he'll shift out of wild shape, and then use his action to cast Fairy Fire on the remaining shadow.
Which is, let's see, it's a dexterity saving throw. The shadow fails. What color light do you illuminate it in?
It is blazing red.
You outline the shadow in blazing red light, and you can see for the first time since you've gotten down to this level the clear shape of this shadow. It appears to be a hooded figure. Everyone making attack rolls against a shadow illuminated in this way does so at advantage. Back at the top of the order, Lorne Danavir.
I've admittedly lost track of which square the hand was in. Can it currently reach that target?
It can. It is 1 square away from it. It was 1 square to the east.
Okay, I would like to attempt to grapple it.
And this is a strength save.
Correct, DC 14.
It fails. It is held and takes how much bludgeoning?
8 damage.
8 bludgeoning. Got it.
And I will try to move my way past Grint into melee range with the dagger in hand.
You do so, advancing on it with your dagger, edging past Grint Grommel. Tierney Fang.
I advance with my staff and continue to strike. 9 misses.
9 misses.
I am afraid I will
this
be
is- did you roll that at advantage? This is
I did
illuminated by
not.
Fairy Fire.
14.
14 hits.
Wait, I rolled the wrong thing. Nine.
You smash the shadow with your staff, dispelling it.
Do I know of any other combatants?
Not that you know of.
I'd like to walk over and snatch up the genie bottle.
You do so. It's in your hand.
I'd like to fix it on my hip.
You do so.
I put my hand on Grint's shoulder, and I'll just say, continue.
Oh, should we?
There's no going back, Grint.
Is there not? That other group retreated back up the stairs. Maybe we should rethink this.
A little cowardice from you, Grint.
It's not cowardice. Just trying to think strategically. Not all of us are at home in the dark.
There is no better time, I think, to end the session than on that good one-liner.
Lauren lets out a very audible and noted cackle at that.
It's about that time. Hey, same time next week.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
We're in the danger now.
I'm in danger.
Yep.
For what it's worth, Alan feels very, very bad that she's not out there helping, but she has 2 health. So
Yeah. You did get Blappo.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
Eden feels worse.
Eden is a dog right now.
Eden shifted back. He's fine.
Yeah, all men are dogs, though.
I will continue to call people cowards until morale improves.
Yes,
Mhm.
Don't worry about it. You got your geomancer that just has to stab things. You got your dog friend. You got your genie in a bottle. You got your drill sergeant. You have the angriest short man on Faerun.
Why did none of us get Tiny Hut? We need Tiny Hut real bad.
I thought
Even
about
level?
I don't know when you get Tiny Hut, and I don't know who gets Tiny Hut, but I know I don't have access to it. Otherwise, I would have got it.
I think there's something to that effect at 3rd level that you can get.
Not for at least not for warlocks. Not that I've seen within D&D Beyond, and I have it set up so it pulls through like everything. So I'm not sure.
Bard and wizard, tiny hut.
Yeah, I'm a wizard.
Is somebody a wizard, or one of you guys?
Yeah.
Wizards?
Yes, Lauren is a wizard.
All right,
tiny
wizard.
butt.
So next time we level up, maybe you should snatch a little teeny hut.
Next time you level up, I need to swap out one of my cantrips. I did not foresee this being an issue. It's a big ol' whoopsie.
I mean, to be fair, who thought you would fight shadows in a temple of the Sun Lord or whatever? It's kind of who could prepare for that, right?
I was laying those shadows out. Let me say.
I
that you
would've.
snuck attack them. Add a character if you're okay with saying it. Are you also a rogue, or is that like shadow, whatever you are? I have no idea what gets access to sneak attack. That's dang.
Yeah, other than a rogue.
My lips are sealed.
Cool, man. Use a sneaky.
I feel like
What
we
do you
talked
What do you
about this
mean?
before.
Also a rogue?
I assumed that he casted magic. He casts magic, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think we talked about this before, and like majority of us are all casters except for Grint.
I appear as a
I
man in a
cast.
trench coat.
Yeah.
My combat prowess impresses you.
Sword is just my favorite spell. That's all there is to it.
Does like to cast sword. And I
Look, when you come up
appreciate it.
with a spell
That was
better
really
than
good.
sword, I'll listen. But
Have rock hand. It's pretty cool.
Rock Hand is pretty cool. Yeah, it's a pretty effective spell too.
It's not one people take very often, but I like to. It's like a little bit of CC, a little bit of damage.
A lot of expository things happened tonight. A lot of
Yeah.
plot things happened.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of good
indeed.
books.
A lot of things for you to mull over for next week.
I'm so worried that
Absolutely.
we didn't do enough in that first room. We didn't read enough. We didn't connect enough dots.
Yeah, I kind of feel that way too. Like I feel like I should have brought somebody else to re-examine these bookshelves because I feel like there is something else.
Our poor horses. We're gonna like pop out of this dungeon. It's gonna be like 7 years later.
I
There's
think
gonna be like
other
two
people took
skeletons.
them.
Another
People
fucking
that just
time
left really
skip.
quick.
You know, it is more likely that they just took the horses.
Yeah.
I mean, in the
Yeah.
ledger it said that they were down here for days.
I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. I'm actually worried they're gonna ambush us on the way out.
Well, that wouldn't be a. You're not wrong.
I'll just kill them. It's fine.
Yeah, time skips are fun, and one
Yeah,
of my
like
other
we
characters
did we?
is
Oh yeah, we
3 years
did. I was
off.
gonna say we did actually try to heal the wounds, right? What if he was just like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
you couldn't
Yeah.
possibly heal these wounds, and then like suckers, and we come out all beat up and everything, and they're at like full HP. They're like, you fucking idiots. They just stab us. Like,
I like how these dumb fuckers are like, it's literally impossible, but you can do it knowing nothing about you. Fuck
Yeah,
this
but
world.
Eden tried. Eden tried.
Well, to
Eden
be
tried
fair, we
real hard.
Yes. Yes.
had an extra 2 people, and they were
I like-
distinctly talking to Grint, who is clad in draconic mail.
That's true.
That's
it's true. He does seem very impressive.
I like the revelation that apparently half of Dawngleam just got like sacrificed to whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
this
over the
place
last
is.
couple of years, yeah, that's kind of worrying.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm
how
glad that
many
we're
fucking
figuring out
shades
what
are really
happened, though.
down here?
Yeah, for sure.
And
I wonder
that
what-
it's going to be an issue.
Eerie thought. That's an eerie thought for sure.
I wonder if all of these Dread Lord sacrifices are why you can't resurrect people in this land. Also, fucking Eden Tierney is impressed with you. One of 2
Wait.
other people to stand your ground during that fight.
Which one? Because I thought Tierney called him a coward for jumping behind him.
Yeah, but that's just the heat of battle.
Okay.
To be fair, if I didn't take like 15 full damage out of
Catching
my
up on stream
last
chat.
17 HP, I would still
Soul
be out
Slayer,
there fighting,
hello.
but
Man in a
Alan's not
trench
gonna
coat
put
that's made of
herself
so much.
in
That is
a
kind of how
position to
Elminster
literally
appears
die.
in
How often
the Forgotten
can she
Realms,
go
right?
into the bottle?
Aren't you
Once
an
in a while,
adventurer?
but-
Isn't that your profession to die?
No, her profession is
It's a class
to.
feature.
It's a
Yeah,
class
she's-
feature.
No, she's an archivist. She's not I mean, yes, an adventurer in a way, but she doesn't just go out getting ready to die. She also doesn't go out with a group and go into like crazy places without having some sort of knowledge ahead of time. So
Well, right now you're a darkivist, so get out of here.
yeah, that's okay. She's probably gonna stay in there for a while.
Unforgivable.
It is what it is. Grant got to kill more things, so he's probably happy anyways.
Yeah.
Grant up in here trying to convince Tyranny to leave after all of this. Honestly,
Yeah,
shocked.
that
Just,
was
like a
Shocking.
temporary retreat. Like
Yeah.
We got to
Gwyn
see a whole
knows when
yeah, but
you know
the
you
shades
need
could
more
replenish
information.
as well.
Could be.
True, but at least we would be able to get a long rest and try to heal. And if we can't heal, then why go back
Yeah.
down there? Why would
Exactly.
we kill everybody off? Yeah.
Just
This
live our
limp-
lives out as cripples.
This limp, sniveling high elf hasn't suggested we retreat, and Grant, the war priest of Tempest, after 1.5 engagements, is like, let's run.
Look, this isn't war down here, though. Okay.
Yeah, we get to see the softer side of Grin today.
Yeah.
So we met a fellow dwarf, had a nice conversation.
Yep.
Wish them well.
My biggest concern, though, is that if the wounds cannot be healed when we get to 0 HP, do we even get to roll death saving throws, or is it just over? Because if we can't be healed, how are you going to stabilize yourself?
Uh-huh.
Yep,
You may be forced to make some difficult choices down here.
yep. If I'm not mistaken, by the word of law of the books, not by the word of the law of our beautiful DM, usually if you die of necrotic damage, you are dead. I don't believe you make save.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
interesting.
Well, just don't take necrotic damage.
It's easy. Just don't.
I don't know why you guys are just wandering around dungeons, just taking damage left and right.
We're clearly in some vestibule and not the retreat to the end of the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Tyranny,
Yeah,
why
which
don't
will for sure not have more shadows. That couldn't possibly happen.
Tyranny should just do his trick again, where he prays to whatever the fuck God and goes, "Lead me."
Right?
You can't
That
go to the
worked the
same well
first
too
time.
many times.
Yeah, we
you know what I
merely
mean?
adopted the darkness, okay?
Why didn't you use fairy fire so much earlier? Because it's like a radius. You could have lit a whole bunch of stuff up.
Fairy Fire is really good. It's a very
Is it
strong
a
spell.
radius, or do you have to actually like see them
Yeah.
and target them?
My inexperience, probably. I was just like, oh well, moonbeam
Oh.
obviously does damage, so it must be more valuable, right?
It
did
did
kick
some
some
good.
ass.
Oh,
Yeah,
Moonbeam's very good.
Yeah, doing radiant,
radiant damage
to
is
the shadow
important.
demon.
Yep.
Pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
And also,
but-
you
I was just
literally just
curious.
got stabbed.
yes.
It
And I
wasn't like
mean-
an attack or anything. I was just curious.
No. I mean, it's valid. There are times where I don't know like what spells would be useful. So
I reread my spells like every round.
I have to
They're
check stuff a
giant
lot too.
blocks of tech.
They are.
Like I for some reason thought that it was just like I got to grapple somebody and it did no damage, and then it would be like an upkeep thing. But no,
So I'm curious what happens. So if Alan literally just hangs out and chills in the genie bottle for forever, basically.
yeah, until the
Does
next
she get the
adventuring
heal?
group comes downstairs and finds you and recovers you.
No, Tierney has me.
Maybe Tyranny
Not if
will
Tyranny
forget it on the
dies.
ground.
You didn't.
Yeah.
You said you went and picked me up and put me on your hip. So
I angrily snatched it off the ground is what I did.
yeah, whatever.
What if Tyranny like pours you into like some type of like summer salad or something? He uses you like, like some type of.
Yeah. I don't think you can be willingly forced out of it as far as I've read so far. I don't think you can be like willingly forced out of the bottle.
What if he starts pouring water into the bottle? What happens then?
I don't know. I don't
Zesty
know.
Take the
ranch
bottle,
dressing.
It's open. You just put it in the bottom of a lake. Does the water just keep pouring in?
do you become like an eternal ether form? Do you have to eat? Do you have to drink? Do you feel lethargy? How does this work?
I gotta look that up. But I know that
You're
at
still
level
mortal
10
in there.
my bottle like upgrades or something, and then I can get a short rest within 10 minutes, which is really great.
Definitely one of the strengths of warlocks is all of the sustain in situations like this where you can't just take a long rest.
So we're right next to a bookcase, which I'm excited about.
Yeah, it's got more lore in it, maybe.
There might be more items in it. Who knows? I guess we'll just
rather
have to
be
find
next to
out
a
next
weapon rack.
Friday.
I'll go into it and find the history of Faerun 3, which is clearly relevant to our situation right now.
Could be.
You gotta read between the lines. I love when Tierney was calling out like why there were things covered in cobwebs, and I didn't get to make the joke that there was like a interior decorator making everything look creepy while the next adventurers came in, just stringing across spiderweb.
But what if there is?
Yeah,
what
could
if
you
there
like
is?
with like prestidigitation or something like that?
Like minor magics, I'm sure there'd be a way of doing it. Maybe they're just a practical effects artist. We don't know.
We figured out it's actually just a haunted house the whole time. The
It
shades
feels
we're
like it.
fighting are just like animatronics.
It's just dudes in black cowl. You don't die; they just take you off to the other room.
How correct? What a literal interpretation of what happens on Roll20.
Uh-huh.
I like how there was a guy complaining to the union about having to clean up the ashes, and then they invented a switch.
Yeah,
that's
Probably
true.
putting that guy out of a job.
Or they
Fucking automation,
sacrificed
man.
the old
Yep.
guy. Can't wait to meet Sedge. He sounds like a real party guy.
You like the party, right?
I have a
Like to
feeling that
have a party.
Sedge is going to have bad philosophy views on the world.
You think?
Well, he's had a lot more time to ferment those thoughts than Tierney. Like, what does Tierney have to add?
We can only hope that he's a very difficult dialogue boss and not a literal fucking lich at the bottom of this thing. Just cast death.
He's going to be a lich.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
clearly. But
He can't be any worse than Tarwin.
Tarwin's just kind of a
insufferable.
dick.
Yeah, he couldn't possibly be more insufferable than Tarwin.
Tarwin didn't attack you guys. I don't see the problem.
Oh, he attacked us, just not physically.
It's a dialogue boss.
Eden took plenty of psychic damage from that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he drained all my patience reserves.
It's like the ending of Fallout 1 and 2, right? You don't fight him, you just talk him down. Or
Hey, so
he talks you down.
So fun fact about the vessel, it says that any objects that are left in the vessel are there until you go back in and take them out. So anything I'm wearing on my person, technically I could take into the vessel. It's almost like a bag of holding, but it's not as easily accessed. That's pretty neat.
Did you ever think to go back for the bag of holding that your patron asked you to get?
He didn't ask me to get it. It was in my dream that he provided me a bag of holding.
I thought he was like, Alan, Alindra, go get a bag of holding.
Yeah, he gave you like a
Yeah.
scavenger list or something.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
did.
he was like, "This is how you get the stuff to me, is through a bag of holding."
Yeah, but I thought
that was what
I thought
happened.
Okay, because
That was exactly
I
what happened.
interpreted what he had said is that. What I interpreted is that he provided a bag of holding and said that like this is a specialized one that I can give him stuff in. Like that's what I thought happened. That's my bad.
I didn't explain it very well then.
Well, everybody else took it the right way, so I think it was just me interpreting incorrectly.
I've interpreted things my boss have said wrong too.
I will have to go back and
that's true.
rewatch
I mean, why wouldn't he just give you the bag of holding?
so that I can give him things literally.
Yeah. I will forever regret that we apparently sacrificed that fucking cleric to Selune for no reason.
It was good to know. There were
Was
important things gleaned there. Important
Yeah.
things were
Yeah.
gleaned.
I wasn't in the
mean-
room when this happened, okay?
Yeah.
It
Um,
obviously the worst choice, right?
See, like, I don't understand. Grint is confused, right? You guys complain when he creates bodies. You guys complain when he gets rid of bodies. There's no fucking winning with you people.
Yeah, that's very true, actually.
Everyone takes Grin for granted.
Thank you.
I love that Grint just talked to the people that we found and like legitimately made friends. That was very good.
There was a reason for that.
Was it your deep dwarf bond?
No, it was not.
Dwarves kind of have an anti-bond most of the time. Many dwarves, I feel like, aren't super clannish. Usually they're competitive.
Some Tempest shit, I'm sure.
Ooh. At
What?
level 10, I can take you guys into my vessel with me.
Pass.
Party.
Only
Is it like
cowards are
pocket
allowed
swap?
in there.
Right. So maybe we won't need tiny hut.
You just put everyone in there
all we
and
have to do is get to level
Get to level
10.
10. Easy.
What if somebody finds like the vessel on the ground and just like picks it up and walks off with it?
Basically, if it gets destroyed, you are teleported out of it, and then I can perform a ritual that takes, I think it's at an hour to an hour ceremony to receive a replacement from my patron.
Can you
So-
imagine the reverberation of Grint snoring inside of this closed vessel?
Horrific.
So here's the thing. So it's actually pretty large. It's a 20-foot radius, so it's actually a rather large circle, and the ceilings are 20 feet high. So, I mean, that in itself would cause a lot of echoing, but can you design the interior? Can you build in the interior? If I carry 2x4s with me and go into the bottle, can I just build up stuff? Like, there's a lot of questions there. It's like a little apartment.
it's like a little Grint yurt. You know, it's like you're in a yurt. There's not much room, and there's Grint.
I'm
So
mad
we
that
don't
this.
take- we don't
I'm mad
take
that this shit is bigger than my apartment.
Yeah.
I am really looking forward to next week. Everyone's good for it.
Same.
Everyone's good for next Friday.
Yep.
Of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Campaign is really moving now, so I would
Yeah, it
love
is.
to keep these things rolling. Hey, Soulslayer,
Same.
thanks for stopping by. Thank you for watching.
nervous.
Have a wonderful night.
Yeah, I mean, we're doing fine. I mean, total HP, we're definitely not below half total now, right?
Yeah, I don't even
Council.
know what to do next. I have no idea what we should even do next
I
session
stream this every
because
Friday, so hope to see
I
you then too.
can't do anything. If I get hit once, I'm just dead.
Just don't get hit.
Just don't get hit for it.
That's easier said than done.
You don't want to die.
Surely do not.
Especially not here.
I can also only stay in my vessel for double the hours of my proficiency modifier. So
So there's a limit.
I eventually have to come out.
Oh, only 6 hours.
That's a long time. I'm just gonna hang and listen to you guys.
Now we're gonna hang, and you're gonna be in your bottle.
Yep. Hey, I can still hear you guys, so don't talk shit, okay?
Well, if you can still
He
hear
already
us, then I
did.
imagine clanging it against the wall would probably have quite the effect.
Fine.
Just saying. Just
I-
food for thought. I think of things.
I am currently the only one who knows you're in the bottle.
Yeah.
You
just
said I'm in your
sometimes you
pocket.
hear Eden crying a little bit.
I
Or a
don't
lot.
doubt it. That would that would probably get Alan out. But I mean, the thing about it is like, legitimately, we'll just die. So do you guys really want me to come out and just die?
I mean, we could all die too out here.
I know, but I could be safe in my bottle.
Okay, then how you gonna get out after we're all dead,
You
dang?
could live to tell the tale.
no.
Yeah, you're
I'm
gonna be the one with
gonna
the journal this time.
I'm gonna use the dash action. Maybe I have a journal in there. You don't know. Might be writing Reg some love letters or something. Thank you for the bottle. Thank you for not letting me die.
Tyranny's gonna hit the bottle after this campaign. God.
Yep.
Well, I will see you guys next Friday.
Sounds
See
good.
ya.
Later.
Hey guys.
Thank you as always for host.
My pleasure. Good night, guys. Thank you again. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. See you next week.